Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony will commence shortly. Please kindly be seated according to your seat. And please kindly switch off or put your mobile phones on silent mode during the event for the smooth running of today's ceremony. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony will commence shortly. Please be seated according to your seat and please
Recording in
kindly switch
progress.
off your mobile phones and put your mobile phones on silent mode during the event. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony will commence shortly. Please kindly be seated and put your mobile phones on silent mode during the event. And we will now welcome our VIP guests into the ballroom. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, and welcome to Indonesia. A very good morning to everyone and welcome to Pullman Bandung Grand Central to the 58th CCOP annual session and the 79th CCOP steering committee meeting. His Excellency, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of Republic Indonesia, Minister Arifin Tasrif. His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, Mr. Kwon Hee-sok. Honorable the Head of Geological Agency of Indonesia, Dr. Eko Budi Lelono. Honorable the Governor of West Java, Mr. Ridwan Kamil, that will be represented by Dr. Ferry Sofwan Arif. Honorable Chairperson of the CCOP Advisory Group, Mr. Yanis Abatsis. Representative delegations of CCOP member countries, all participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to ask you to please rise for the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. and gentlemen, please be seated. To start this auspicious occasion, the first welcome address by the Governor of West Java that will be represented by the Assistant for General Administration that will speak on his behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ferry Sofwan Arif.
Our respectful colleagues, His Excellency Mr. Arifin Tasrif, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Kwon Si-hyuk, Ambassador of Missions of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, His Excellency Mr. Yonis Abatis, Chairperson of the CCOP Advisory Group, His Excellency Dr. Lee Zinfa, Chairperson of CCOP Steering Committee, His Excellency Dr. Eko Budilelono, Vice Chairperson of CCOP Steering Committee, Head of Delegates and Delegation from all CCOP member countries and cooperative countries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Good morning. First of all, it is a great honor for me, on behalf of the Java people, to meet all of you today and having this opportunity to welcome all of the committees and delegates to the 58th Coordinating Committee, CCOP, for geoscience programs in East and Southeast Asia, annual session, and 78th Steering Committee meeting 2022. Welcome to Bandung, our beautiful capital city of Java Province, Indonesia. Coordinating Committee for Geoscience Programs in East and Southeast Asia, or CCOP, is an international intergovernmental organization in geological science in East and Southeast Asia, which have main responsibilities to organize and to coordinate the cooperation between East and Southeast Asian countries, specifically in the field of energy policy and technology, mineral resources, and coastal zone management, groundwater, geological hazard prevention, environmental protection, geoinformation management, etc. On this year of CCOP annual session and CCOP Steering Committee meeting, followed by 16 member countries, cooperative countries, and other supporting international organizations and stakeholders. Geoscience for energy transition in East and Southeast Asia will be the main theme and focus of the session and meeting, with 3 sub-themes, including renewable and mixed energy, critical mineral, and geohazard and urban geology. As we know together, currently the world are facing the worsening global climate change and environmental pollution, which also have continued challenging the sustainable development of the countries in CCOP region. Responding to that situation, since the Paris Agreement following by the latest COP26 in Glasgow, United Kingdom, all countries have set a goal to limit the increase in global average temperatures at 1.5 degrees Celsius level. Energy transition, which can be defined as a transformation in the global energy sector from fossil-based energy source to energy source based on zero net carbon emission will be the most important step to achieve the goal and surely. Geoscience field should take their roles in supporting and helping the energy transition to be well implemented. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, related to the condition explained above, we believe that geoscience field will be very crucial in meeting society's future challenges, especially to avoid dangerous climate change or through other important policies to protect the environment and ensure the availability of vital resources for all. For instance, geoscience field will be critical in overcoming several issues and challenges, including ensuring access to clean and sustainable water supplies, sourcing and extracting critical minerals needed for green technologies like solar and wind power, understanding the subsurface to harness geothermal energy, and also enable safe infrastructure development and carbon capture and storage technologies. In addition to that, through geoscience field, we can also mitigate climate change and influencing governmental policies through understanding past climates, modeling potential future outcomes, and understanding climate impact on an environmental, livelihood, and natural hazard. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, there are still a lot of things that the geoscience field could bring, especially to support the energy transition implementation issue. And through this 58th Coordinating Committee for Geoscience Programs in East and Southeast Asia annual session and the 78th Steering Committee meeting, it is expected that the collaboration and partnership between member countries, cooperating countries, and all stakeholders involved regarding the sustainable energy and mineral resources development to renewable and mixed energy utilization, explorating and discovery of critical mineral for supporting the energy transition implementation can be achieved. In addition to that, it is also expected that the geohazard mitigation and environmental protection between member countries through better management and planning implementation can be also achieved. We strongly believe that this meeting will create mutually beneficial cooperation between all of us and further will make greater contribution to the sustainable social and economic development and benefit for the people of East Asia and Southeast Asia. Once again, welcome to Bandung for all the committees and delegates. Enjoy your presence here and we wish you all are having joyful and productive day. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much once again to Dr. Ferry. And next, I would like to invite Vice Chairperson CCOP Steering Committee as Permanent Representative of Indonesia to CCOP, Head of Geological Agency of Indonesia, to deliver the second welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Eko Budi Lelono.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, Honorable Assistant for General Administration to the Governor of West Java, Honorable Chairperson of the CCOP Advisory Group, Honorable Permanent Representative of CCOP, Honorable Director of CCOP Technical Secretariat, Honorable Board of Directors from the companies who support this event, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. First of all, as the permanent representative of Indonesia to CCOP, I would like to welcome all delegates to the 58th Coordinating Committee for Geoscience Programs in East and Southeast Asia annual session and the 79 Steering Committee meeting in Bandung, one of the historical cities in Indonesia. Bandung is a capital city of West Java and has been the host of CCOP annual session in years 1972, 1979, and 1984. Today, after 38 years, this city holds this event again. On the other hand, the last event of CCOP annual session and steering committee meeting was held by Indonesia is in 2010 at the Manado, North Sulawesi province. As we know, Indonesia was scheduled to host the CCOP annual meeting in 2020. However, due to COVID-19 outbreak, the plan had been postponed to this year. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to CCOP Technical Secretariat and Geological Agency of the Republic of Indonesia for organizing this historical meeting. I am very delighted that we can meet in person and virtually for some delegates after full online meeting of the last 2 years. We hope that the pandemic ends soon so we can meet all together of full offline meeting again. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the event of the 58th CCOP annual session and 79 Steering Committee meeting 2020 will include Finance Select Meeting, Advisory Meeting, Annual Session, Thematic Session, Steering Committee Meeting, and Field Trip. More than 134 participants are physically attending this event, which come from 8 member countries, 4 cooperating countries, and 2 cooperating organizations. Meanwhile, 17 delegates from member and cooperating countries are virtually present in this event. We also have a special guest here, His Excellency Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN. The theme of 58th CCOP annual session is Geosciences for Energy Transition in East and Southeast Asia. It relates to our effort to increase the use of alternative energy sources other than fossil resources. It needs to be discussed among CCOP member countries, cooperating countries, and cooperating organizations as one of the pillars of geoscience cooperation. We should consider promoting the energy transition to be implementing in the CCOP strategic plan. Hopefully, this meeting will enhance international cooperation to facilitate access to clean energy research and technology, including renewable energy, energy efficiency, more advanced and cleaner and fossil fuel technologies, as well as encourage investment in energy infrastructure and clean energy technologies. Related to this theme, we will invite all delegations to visit the Kamojang power plant, which is one of the geothermal power plant in Indonesia, as a manifestation of our commitment to realizing clean energy. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Geological Agency of Indonesia, I invite all delegates to participate and provide ideas to produce a fruitful meeting. I would like to thank you for attending the 58th Coordinating Committee for Geoscience Programs in East and Southeast Asia Annual Session and the 79th Steering Committee meeting. I hope this meeting runs successfully. And last but not least, I would like to wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much once again to Dr. Eko Budi Lelono. And next, I would like to invite the chairperson of the CCOP Advisory Group, representative of Denmark to CCOP, Chief Geoscientific Advisor, Geological Survey of Denmark and Greenland, to deliver the special message. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Yanis Abatsis.
Your Excellency, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources of Indonesia, Dr. Eko Budi Lelono, Vice Chairperson of CCOP Steering Committee, Permanent Representative of Indonesia to CCOP, and Head of Geological Agency, Dr. Ferry Sultan Arif, Governor Assistant for General Administration, Your Excellency, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, Dr. Hon Hye-seo, Dr. Young Yo Lee, Director of CCOP's Technical Secretariat, distinguished guests and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good midday, or good afternoon, wherever you are. We are also followed by internet. On the occasion of the opening ceremony of the 58th CCOP annual session, I'm very much pleased to deliver this brief special message on behalf of the advisory group. As chairperson of CCOP's advisory group, I have the honor to represent several cooperating countries and cooperating organizations, as well as honorary advisors from several countries. Looking into the list of participants earlier today, I was very glad to see that so many members of the CCOP family, despite the difficult COVID times, have taken the time from your busy schedules and gracing us with your presence here today, in person or online. A sincere thank you to all of you for this. The advisory group would also like to express its sincere appreciation to the government of Indonesia and the Geological Agency, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia in particular, that under the wise and strong leadership of Dr. Eko Budi Lelono and the tireless efforts of his staff, has succeeded to organize and make this 58th annual session possible to be held in person again. And it's actually the first post-corona annual session which we have here in the historical city of Bandung. It is gratifying for all of us to have this opportunity. The advisory group expresses also our gratitude to Director Young Yo Lee and his staff for CCOPT's excellent preparatory work, both before, during, and after our meetings. Yes, harsh conditions, COVID-19 frustration, and more, but the show must go on. And CCOP must continue even stronger in the future, and it will, if we all work constructively and methodically together. During the next few days, we will have many important issues to consider and discuss thoroughly. We will not only make a review of the many activities and achievements that have been made by CCOP during the last year, but we will also consider the organization's future and the way forward. We will hear more about the successful implementation of the new CCOP 2021-2025 strategic plan, targeting to achieve geoscience partnerships for sustainable development and better lives in future Earth. As you all know, in many occasions, the growth and development of the East and Southeast Asia region have been attributed to contributions from geo-resources and its demand within the region. However, during the last few years, changes in the global environment, including the climate, suggested that more practical management of our geo-resources is critical in order to sustain the region's economic and green growth in the longer term while having minimum environmental impact. It is therefore, I strongly encourage you to also attend the very interesting thematic session of this year, where, as it was mentioned earlier, focuses on geoscience for energy transition in East and Southeast Asia. And through the 3 sessions, including renewable energy, critical minerals, geohazards, and urban geology, and so on, we'll have plenty to offer to you. Dear members of the CCOP family, concluding, and on behalf of the entire advisory group, I would like once again to stress and reassure you that the advisory group stands ready to support and share its experiences with the steering committee, the technical secretariat, and the member countries themselves if requested. Therefore, we strongly encourage you to not only hesitate and take advantage of this opportunity. But no more words, but action. I wish you all a very successful and fruitful annual session and steering committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much once again to Mr. Yanis Abatsis. And now I would like to kindly invite His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, to deliver his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Ambassador Kwon Hee-sok.
Good morning to everybody. His Excellency Arifin Tasrif, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia. Dr. Ferry Sofwan Arif, Deputy Governor of West Java. Dr. Eko Budi Lolono, Vice Chairperson of the CCOP Steering Committee and Permanent Representative of Indonesia to CCOP. Mr. Ioannis Abatsis, Chairperson of the CCOP Advisory Group and Representative of Denmark to CCOP. And Dr. Youngju Lee, Director of the CCOP Technical Secretariat. Representatives from CCOP member countries, cooperating countries, and cooperating organizations. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As the Korean ambassador to ASEAN based in Jakarta, it is my great pleasure and honor to be here on the occasion of the 58th CCOP annual session. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Lolono, Indonesian host, and the CCOP Technical Secretariat for organizing today's meeting. This meeting is very timely as we are increasingly facing a complex picture in the development of mineral resources. It's also very meaningful to resume a face-to-face meeting here at the time-honored city of Bandung. In the post-COVID economic recovery, the effective management of mineral resources have gained enormous significance as demand grows broadly. In particular, the worldwide transition towards clean energy and electric vehicle is accelerating this trend, requiring large amounts of critical metals. Moreover, the global supply chain has been put at risk due to COVID-19 pandemic and conflicts among countries. This has made each country act urgently to secure the stable supply of crucial minerals and rare metals. For these reasons, we are at a critical juncture in ensuring the sustainable development of the global mineral resources. In line with this trend, the development of the mineral sector has become a priority for ASEAN as the top global supplier of major mineral and metal products. The ASEAN Mineral Cooperation was institutionalized back in 2005 through the Ministerial Understanding in Minerals, and it was followed by the ASEAN Mineral Cooperation Action Plan 2005 to 2010, serving as a blueprint for regional cooperation in this field. Currently, ASEAN is developing the next phase of the action plan, and the plan is expected to strengthen its focus on the sustainable resource development in the region. Distinguished delegates, during the past 6 decades, CCOP has written a new chapter in the history of cross-border collaboration in geoscience in East and Southeast Asia. In addition, CCOP has made notable achievements by generating over 300 projects and 900 publications in various fields of geoscience and energy policy, especially with all of the 10 ASEAN member states being participants. CCOP has cultivated a close relationship with ASEAN for the last decade. Both sides continue to find ways for collaboration, inviting CCOP's experts to the ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Minerals and the ASEAN Plus 3 Senior Officials Meeting on Minerals to share views and insights. As a dialogue partner of ASEAN, the Republic of Korea hopes to closely working together with the CCOP for cooperative projects in the mineral sector so that we could create synergy in tackling challenges posed by external risks on the mineral sector. I hope the ongoing discussion between CCOP and my mission on the capacity building of CCOP member states will bear fruit in due course. Once again, I'd like to thank Dr. Lolono and the CCOP Technical Secretariat for hosting and preparing for this annual session. Let me conclude by wishing you all a fruitful and successful meeting. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much once again, His Excellency Ambassador Kon Hee-seok. And now I would like to kindly invite His Excellency the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia to deliver his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Minister Arifin Tasrif.
Governor of West Java Province, Mr. Ridwan Kamil, Head of Mission of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, Ambassador Kwan Hee Seok, Chairperson of the CCOP Advisory Group and Steering Committee, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm deeply apologies for could not join all of you in Bandung today. However, it is indeed a great pleasure to me to take part in the 58th Coordinating Committee for Geoscience Programs in East and Southeast Asia Annual Session and 79th Steering Committee meeting. I hope through this event, geoscientists and stakeholders can exchange knowledge and experience, as well as strengthen cooperation in the scope of renewable energy, critical minerals, geohazards, and urban geology. Climate change issue is one of the greatest challenges that the world faces today. The effect of global warming have been suffered by all people, such as extreme heat, rising sea levels, the extinction of several species, and changes in the ecosystems. The responsibility to prevent and minimize the consequences of climate change lays in our hands. Therefore, we should be consistent with the Paris Agreement goal to limit the global warming to well below 2 degrees, preferably 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial level. Geoscience includes many aspects of living things, including humans, and interact with the Earth. We need to advance geoscience for the better lives in our future Earth, in line with the goals of international conventions, including the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goal, the Sendai Framework, and the Paris Agreement. One of the SDGs goals addresses the energy imperatives for sustainable development within the framework of ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. It is known as SDG 7. As part of our effort to achieve clean energy as mandated on SDG 7, Indonesian government continues to develop renewable energy as a key driver to energy transition for a more sustainable future and improving climate resilience. G20 Indonesia's presidency has set 3 priority areas of energy transitions, namely securing energy accessibility, scaling up smart and clean technology, and advancing energy financing. In September 2022, the Energy Transition Ministerial Meeting reached an agreement to endorse the Bali Compact, which consists of 9 voluntary principles for accelerating clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transitions to ensure smooth and effective transitions in accordance with national circumstances and priorities. Indonesia has already set an energy transition roadmap to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. Within this roadmap, we aim to develop 700 gigawatts of renewables in the energy mix, coming from solar, hydro, wind, ocean, bio, and geothermal, as well as hydrogen and nuclear. To support energy transition, critical minerals are essential inputs for renewable energy and clean technology applications, such as wind turbines, battery, solar panels, and many other high-tech applications. Demand for these minerals will grow quickly as clean energy transitions gather pace and determine the prospect for a secure, rapid transformation of the energy sector. The government of Indonesia prioritizes increasing the added value of the minerals. Nickel minerals as raw material will be utilized to produce batteries and storage, and rare earth elements will be used for components in wind turbines, electric vehicles, and energy-efficient fluorescent light bulbs. Furthermore, geoscience is also highly needed as a tool to identify areas of geological risks related to urban development of a city. The rapid growth of urban city could lead to geological hazards due to massive development of infrastructure. We have to provide geological study, which can be as a reference for the stakeholders to formulate strategic plans for urban development. This geological study can provide the basic data for spatial layout, and Urban Development, provides input and evaluation material for spatial planning, particularly in relation to geological aspects. Indonesia has a web-based information system which displays various information on the thematic maps of the energy and mineral sector by online, namely ESDM One Map Indonesia. By using this map, we can anticipate and mitigate geological hazards since the map consists of disaster-prone areas of volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunami, liquefaction, and landslide. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we need to strengthen our cooperation to facilitate and coordinate the implementation of applied geoscience programs in East and Southeast Asia in order to contribute to the economic development and the improvement of the life quality in the region. I sincerely hope that CCOP 58th annual session and 79th steering committee meeting will be useful to broaden our way of thinking in facing various challenges in geoscience, especially related to the human life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Minister Arifin Tasrif. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are approaching the next agenda. We would like to invite to the stage for a photo session and exchange of memento to Dr. Eko Budi Lelono, and Dr. Yong Ju Lee, His Excellency Ambassador Kwon Hee-sok, to Dr. Ferry Sofwan Arif, and Mr. Yanis Abatsis. And the presentation of memento from Dr. Eko Budi Lelono as Vice Chairperson of CCOP Steering Committee to His Excellency Ambassador Kwon Hee-sok. Presentation of memento from Dr. Eko Budi Lelono to Dr. Ferry Sofwan Arif, and the memento from Dr. Eko Budi Lelono to Mr. Yanis Abatsis. Next, the presentation of memento from Dr. Yong Ju Lee as the Director of the CCOP Technical Secretariat to Dr. Eko Budi Lelono. And now we're going to have a photo session together to all the VIPs. Once again. Thank you so much. All right. Once again. Please give round of applause for the exchange of memento. Thank you very much to all the VIPs. You may please come back to the seat. Ladies and gentlemen, now for the first group photo session, I would like to invite all head of delegations, VIP guests, and online participants. Please kindly come forward to the stage. To the all head of delegation and VIP guests, to come back to the stage. And also to all online participants, please turn on your camera. Please take off your mask for a while. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And please wait for a moment for a video session. Once again, to all head of delegations, VIP guests, and also online participants, to show our spirit. Thank you very much to all the head of delegations, online participants, and VIP guests. And now I would like to invite all participants in this room to join all CCOP delegation for the second group photo session in front of the ballroom lobby. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly proceed to the ballroom lobby in front of this ballroom. And we also will have a 15 minutes break. Please help yourself with coffee, tea, and refreshment provided next to the ballroom. Their Excellencies will now leave the ballroom. And see you again in the next 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we expect your presence back to the room in this ballroom at 10:15 a.m. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we expect you to come back to this ballroom at 10:15 a.m. Thank you.
Check. 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 Check, 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 check. Check. Check, check.
Yeah, yes, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin our meeting today. Please come back to the ballroom and sit according to your seat. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin our meeting shortly. Please come back to the ballroom and sit according to your seat. Thank you.
Mic test, hello.
To all delegates who's currently still outside the ballroom, please come back to the ballroom because we are about to begin our meeting. Once again, to all delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please come back to the ballroom because we're about to begin our meeting shortly. Please sit according to your seat. Thank you.
Udah ya? Oh.
Good morning again. Welcome back to this meeting room. We will begin in 1 minute. Maybe somebody's on.
Delegates, we are now ready to begin the meeting. May you have a fruitful discussion and giving back to the CCOP Technical Secretariat. Good luck.
Good morning again. Before we start with the meeting proper, I have the pleasure on behalf of the CCOP Technical Secretariat to announce to you the officers of this meeting. Firstly, may I please introduce to you again Dr. Eko Budi Liluno, the Permanent Representative of Indonesia to CCOP, Head of Geological Agency of Indonesia, as the Chairperson of the 58th CCOP Annual Session, Dr. Eko. And Vice Chairperson of this annual session is Dr. Yong Ju Lee, the Director of the CCOP Technical Secretariat. And for the rapporteurs from the cooperating country, it's Dr. Marcos Dobbs from the British Geological Survey. And from the member country, it's Mr. Rahim bin Harun from the Department of Mineral Geoscience of Malaysia. So you have the floor, Mr. Chair, Dr. Eko.
Yes. Honorable Chairperson of the CCOP Advisory Group, Honorable Permanent Representative of CCOP, Honorable Director of CCOP Technical Secretariat, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to you. First, I would like to welcome you all and thank everyone for the attendance of the 58th CCOP Annual Session. On this session, we will discuss about CCOP Progress Report, CCOP member countries, cooperating countries, and cooperating organization reports. I hope that all member countries will participate in this evening. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that all program implementation of CCOP members will contribute to economic development and improve people's quality of life. For this reason, we must realize that people of the CCOP member countries really hope that the outcome of geoscience program will always bring benefits and added value to the community. I really hope that today's meeting will produce important decisions according to the CCOP strategic plan. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I hope the 58th annual session will be a fruitful meeting for all delegates. And I would like to wish you all the best. Thank you very much. So we go to the next agenda, which is a adoption of agenda. So we have an agenda here. Can we show it on the monitor, or maybe Dr. Lee will explain this here.
Young Jury from CCP Technical Secretariat Director. So today we have for annual session, we have a total 10 agenda. So I will, from number 1, as you can see, adoption of agenda. Number 2, progress report, and the member countries report. We followed number 3, and number 4, cooperation countries and organizations report, and 5, proposed CCOP work plan, and 6, and date and venue of the 59th of our CCOP meeting, and 7, other matters, and then followed by thematic session tomorrow afternoon, and then general remarks. So we have 9 agendas for today.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, head of delegation, this is our agenda, professional agenda. You have a comment or question, or we can be all right? Yes, Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Considering the very tight schedule of the day, and actually the advisory group would very much like to move its presentation of the meeting results to the steering committee meeting, because there are so many things to be covered, so we have a problem with timing. And since our presentation concerns recommendation to the steering committee, if you also agree, we would propose to move it and have it only once at the steering committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Denmark. I think we all agree, in order to make it faster. I think this professional agenda has been accommodated what you propose here, and if any other member country will have a comment or recommendation? If none, so we agree all with this professional agenda. So we have 9 agenda, yeah, for discussion for national session this year. Okay, so we go to the second agenda, which is CCOP progress report, which will be delivered by Director of CCOPTS. Please let Dr. Lee.
Good morning, all the delegations from corporate member countries and cooperating organizations and honorary advisors. I will give you on the agenda number 2, I will give you a progress report. Before starting my presentation, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the participants here today. Even we were still in the pandemic situation, and then we are again gathered together in this beautiful city of Bandung. And then also by using this opportunity, I again give our greatest appreciation to the PAECO and then his team to prepare this meeting very successfully. Okay, so let me start with my presentation. I have 5 different content topics on the progress report. Next. Administration and personnel. Next, please. Yes, we have our organization chart of CCOP. So one of the biggest change from previous organization chart is that we have a new regional expert from CCOP, Dr. Song Yang Wu. He's from China Geological Survey. So Dr. Song, please maybe check your hands. Okay, thank you. Next. And then we have a very great news from China. Our chairperson of the steering committee meeting, Dr. Li Jinfa, was promoted to be the Vice Minister of Geological Survey under Ministry of Natural Resources and President of China Geological Survey from September. Okay, please give him a big applause for the congratulate his promotion to be a Vice Minister of Ministry of Natural Resources. Next. Yes, organization chart and then followed by our permanent representatives. I will not read them all, but as I mentioned, Dr. Li Jinfa was promoted as a Vice Minister. And next, please. And we have a new permanent representative from Republic of Korea, Dr. Pyong-gu Lee, and then new also permanent representative from Mongolia, Dr. Uyanga Bold. Next, please. And then from Thailand, we have a new DG and permanent representative, Dr. Oranyo Lopensri. She is staying with us. Please. Next, please. Yes, it's a new permanent representative and new deputy permanent representative of Republic of Korea, is Dr. Se-ho Hwang. Next. Yes, new permanent representative of Mongolia, Dr. Uyanga Bold. Next, please. And we have a new DG of DMR, Dr. Oranyo, here today. Okay. Next. And then we have a new deputy permanent representative from Indonesia from August, Dr. Endra Gunawan is here. Okay, thank you. He's head of the Center for Volcanology and Geological Hazard Mitigation and the Geological Agency, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, of course. Next. Yes, we really appreciate the congratulate the new permanent representatives and appreciate all the financial contribution from Thailand and Philippines to increase your contribution last year and this year. And then always highly appreciate our advisory group and then select finance meeting. We had the select finance meeting yesterday, which is very successful. And our building in Bangkok was given by Department of Mineral Resources of Royal Thai government. We always appreciate the kind of generosity of the Thailand. Thank you. Next. Finance. I will give you a very brief introduction of finance of CCOP at the moment. Okay, next, please. Yes, I'm not leading that all. So in short, actually due to the pandemic period of 2 years, normally we have a cash contribution and some management fee, which is something like little bit more than 500,000 USD. So normally we expand all of them in normal situation because we have many meetings and so on. But due to the pandemic, we could not have a face-to-face meeting. So it makes us to have some surplus of around 100,000 USD per year. Okay, next please. So at the moment, in our bank in CCOP, previously we have something like 800,000 USD in our bank, but at the moment we have something like more than 1 million USD due to it's caused by the previous 2 years of a pandemic situation, which lead us all the online meetings instead of offline meeting. Next. So we always appreciate the countries who have contributed cash, our 16 member countries. So far we have 8 countries contribute for their membership fee, and then we are still waiting for another 8 countries to be contributed within this year. Thank you. Next. And technical activities we have been done. So one of the most important meeting of this year is a 58th CCOP Steering Committee meeting, which is held in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, from May 31 to June 1st. It was a hybrid meeting, but still there are 31 on-site participants from 8 member countries. So, and the total, including the online participant, we have more than 70 participants for that very meeting. So it was, I believe, very successful. And then it is a kind of first ever on-site steering committee meeting after COVID-19 outbreak. And this is the first ever annual session after the COVID-19 outbreak. It is also very historic meeting. And even COVID-19 situation and pandemic, we have published our annual session. So actually, even pandemic situation 2020 and 2021, we have more than 50 activities per year. It means every single week we do have some activities of CCOP. Okay, and then we also have published our annual report of 2020 and 2021. And then also the one important point is that we also published a CCOP strategic plan from 2021 and 2025, which you can find out in the front in the registration desk. Next, please. So actually this progress report is from 2021 and 2021 until June of 2022. So, but I will not give a presentation on each event because in 2021 we have more than 50 activities, as I already mentioned, but mostly by online, especially in case of 2021. So I will not read them all, but just go through. And the next, please. So altogether, we have, as I already mentioned, something like 50 activities. And next, please. And next, but mostly, as you can see, the online activities. Next. Okay, so we have something like 51 activities for 2021. Next, please. So I focus on technical activities of this year. So we have a workshop on technology innovation challenge, which is about the ground source heat pump, which was held in March by online. So there are 50 participants attended from different organizations, which was actually organized by the ADB. So they try to find out some opportunity of the some have project on GSHP. So CCOP was invited to give a presentation on this occasion. Next. And also we have a CCOP CGS, especially QIMG book project. So we had a meeting several times, and then this year also March 16, we have a meeting. So we have 36 participants from 10 member countries. And then we collected 8 chapter manuscript from member countries, and then our book on the coastal erosion and mitigation of Southeast and South Asia will be published within this year. Next. And we have a CCOP Geological Survey of Japan groundwater project phase 4 meeting by online on March 9 to 10. So we have decided about the work plan of the phase 4, which is starting from 2019 to be continued 2024. Next, please. And we have a kind of offline meeting, which CCOP Technical Secretariat invited one of the experts of DMR to have a seminar on the to learn and experience more on the critical minerals in Thailand, because as you all know, a critical mineral issue is quite important to tackle with some challenges of the global climate change and so on. So we invite experts from DMR to have a chance to share the information with our CCOPTS on May. And then we have another project, which is Kigam's groundwater project. Fortunately, we can have drilling some monitoring wells in Thailand, and CCOPTS together with DGR expert have implemented drilling of 2 sites in Thailand to monitor the groundwater from around the Mekong sub-region area. Next. So plan of this CCOP Kigam groundwater project is to drill some monitoring wells, 2 from Thailand, 2 from Cambodia, 1 Laos, 3 from Vietnam. Vietnam, actually, we try to use the pre-existing wells. Anyway, and then 1 or 2 from Myanmar, and then to have some automatic transmission system to set up an automatic transmission system to those wells, and then to see some vulnerability of our groundwaters due to the climate change. Okay, so we already drilled 2 from Thailand and 2 from Cambodia. Next. And then CCOP also quite heavily involved in the WICPOX program. WICPOX is a world community of geoscience survey. So I was invited as a WICPOX activities committee members, together with Daniel Lebel and William Cunning from US Geological Survey, and then some other organizations, Julie Hollis from EGS. So we have discussed many issues, and then I think this is the real very good opportunity for CCOP to step forward to the global world, and then have some opportunity to have real collaboration with other geological agencies. Next. Yes, and then they asked me to have a presentation on the occasion of PDAC. So by online, I have opportunity and the privilege to give a presentation on our CCOP activities on mineral, especially mineral sectors, on June 28, which was held in actually Toronto, but I joined as online participant. Next. And the CCOP was also invited GeoIndo 2022, which was held in Konkan University, and then also they asked me to give a presentation on some activities, geoscience activities, during maybe for this year, for 2021 and 2022. So I will give a presentation. Next, please. And also, we have a China-ASEAN Mining Cooperation Forum and Exhibition. So our previous regional expert, Dr. Diti, was invited to give a presentation on our status of mineral activities to that meeting and forum. Next. And we are very keen to have a collaboration with the ASEAN, and especially energy and mineral sector. So the CCOP Technical Secretariat was invited as a liaison to give a presentation on the activities of mineral sectors. And then I have several opportunities of this year. So one of them is March, early March. I will give a presentation on, and then in this meeting, I focused on how to promote the critical minerals in our CCOP regions. Next. Yes, and then also CCOP is getting involved in the DDE project, which is organized, launched by IUGS. So DDE is a Deep Time Digital Earth program. So it is also another opportunity to have some digital transformation of all our geoscience data to be digitalized. Next. Yes, there are several digital DDE meetings, and CCOP was invited. And the CCOP is not only invited, but CCOP has one project from DDE, which is we are the SEA task group, Southeast Asia task group. So IUGS and DDE project ask the CCOP to have some compile or maybe have some database on our geoscience data, and then to make a digitalized. Next, please. And there's a GSI project workshop, which is held early this year, 24-25 of February, which is supported by Geological Survey of Japan. So far, we have a phase one. Through phase one, we have collected more than 825 geological maps, and to make a web-based, uploaded to web-based GIS system. And then we are now in the phase two. So the target of phase two is try to upload more than 2,000 geological maps into our system, GSI system. So I think it is quite a successful database system project in CCOP region. Next. Okay, so from now on, I would like to show you some our implementation of our strategic plan. So as you may know, as I already mentioned, we have a strategic plan which is started from 2021 to be continued 2025. So we have at the time actually we are in pandemic, but I really appreciate again all the member countries and then some of the cooperating countries to join the meeting to set up our strategic plan. So we have three aims. First one is provision of geoscience solution and advice and information. Second one is mostly about digitalization of our geoscience data and the database. And third one is to provide and promote the geoscience education capacity building. Next, please. So under aim one, so the objective of aim one is to provide some solutions through the geoscience partnership to our member countries. we have 13 action items on the, 21 action items under this one. And then so far, from 2021 to 2022, we have already tackled 13 items, okay? So again, I will not read them all because we have a very tight schedule today and tomorrow. So I just show you. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me a question. And next, please. Second strategic aim, number 2 is adaptation to digital transformation in geoscience for our future Earth. So under that strategic aim 2, we have 10 action items. And then from last year and this year, we have already tackled 5 action items, such as IGDP and DDE and GDR project and GSA project and 1 geology project. Okay, next. So number 3 of strategic aim is promote geoscience education, capacity building, and outreach. As you may know, we have 60 member countries, but we have a very big gap between our member countries in terms of knowledge and then geoscience understanding and so on. So one of the most important motto for CCOP, as I becoming a director, is we have to all go together. Okay, so it means we have need some more capacity building and education opportunity for our member countries to let all our 16 member countries in the same page, understanding of geosciences, and then also technical information and so on. So we have set this one as a strategic aim 3. So we have 7 different action items under this strategic aim 3, and then we have tackled so far 5 action items. Next, please. So upcoming activities. Actually, this progress report is focused on the last year's activity. As I already mentioned, more than 51 activities was already done, and then this year's activity until June last day, okay, June 31. So we have some more activities, as you can see, June, July, and so on. I will not read them all. Next, please. Next one is also August and September. We have activities, and we have a very good workshops of CCOP Kigam Urban Geology workshop in Singapore, and then also GDR workshop in Phuket end of the September. And next, please. We are now here in our 58th CCOP annual session and then 79th CCOP steering committee meeting. Okay, next, please. And then we expect some of the not online, physical training courses, which is provided by KIGAM, early December, late November and December. So we already, CCOPTS circulated the information to all our member countries. We do have maybe 2 physical training courses, which is implemented by the ISGEO on 3D geological modeling and then geopark issues. Okay, so I really hope that all the member countries can have some benefit through that training courses and capacity building activities. And then also IERI, our cooperating organization, will recruit some more internships from maybe the internship will starting from next year, from March next year, to be continued for 6 months. Okay. Next, please. Okay, so that is all I have for progress report. If you have any questions and comment, I am very happy to answer your comment or question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Comment and question? If you have comment and question, you can raise your hand. Please. We still have plenty of time if we want to have. ask something? So if none, thank you, Dr. Lee. We will continue with the next agenda item. Item 3. Yeah. Which is a report by member countries or member country reports. We start alphabetical order, yeah. Start with Brunei Darussalam. So Brunei, please. Okay, Brunei, you have 15 minutes, yeah, for presentation. Oh, 20, sorry, 20 minutes each, yeah.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Afiq Aiman from Brunei Darussalam, from the Public Works Department. So this is our member country report. So our country report also follows the strategic aims under the CCOP, and under the first strategic aim, we have 3 activities. Focusing more on geological hazards, as well as acquisition of data. And on the second strategic aim, adapting to digital transformation, we'll be reporting on the mapping database as a one platform. And thirdly, the third strategic aim, we'll be reporting on the mostly on the disaster management, as well as geological hazard and climate action. So for some of the activities, it has been completed, and some are still ongoing. So we move now to the first strategic aim, the first activity. Next slide, please. So indicative tsunami hazard map for Brunei Darussalam. So under this activity, we have formed a task force for modeling the indicative map for tsunami hazard for Brunei Darussalam. This consists of a few of the other agencies under Brunei Darussalam, some government agencies such as the Survey Department, the Brunei Meteorology, and the National Disaster Management, including the Brunei National Seismic Center under the Public Works Department. So the main objectives of this indicative map, tsunami hazard map, was to also show all the stakeholders on the impact of tsunami in how most areas where along the coast, including the residential and town areas, could be affected. So most of our towns are on the coast. We have 4 districts, and they're all near the coastline. So the indicative tsunami hazard map will be also featured in a response plan that the National Disaster Management Center has actually produced. And after the agreement of the stakeholders, and it will be featured. So next slide. So just a bit of a background how this was, the task force was formed, was because in one of the meetings with the IOC, UNESCO, so discussions on the vulnerability and tsunami hazards on South China Sea and possible affected countries in the Southeast Asia. So shows that there are potential tsunami occurrence due to two sources, which is one is the past submarine landslide just across the coast of Brunei Darussalam, and as well as the potential earthquake along the Manila Trench. This was a research done in the past 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. The possible sources are, and as you can see on the left is the research done, and on the right is a map that was produced just to show the potential effects of the tsunami that can occur along the Manila Trench, but with magnitudes of 8.8 and 9.0. So this is how it came about. So next slide, please. And because of that, so we, within the task force itself, the Brunei National Seismic Center was the one tasked to produce the maps. So the results that can be shown if, for example, there is a tsunami that big, about 8.0 to 9.0, most of the coastlines and also along the riverbeds in Brunei will be affected. So in this will be also, the color coding shows that the hazard, the red shows 5 meters of maximum amplitude, and 1 meter, the yellow is about 1 meter, 1 meter maximum amplitude. And areas that are affected are very large and affected most towns and also some villages along the coastline. So next slide, please. So now we move on to the introduction of new geological and geotechnical product, soil mapping for development purposes. So under the Public Works Department, under the Geological and Geotechnical Research section, so the services that we provide in accordance to assist the government-led projects and also government agencies and some private sectors as well, or semi-government. So the products that we also produce, if in accordance on a on-demand basis, is it's a simple report showing the soil and geotechnical and geological mapping, and this features a map such as a map with a scale of 1 to 10K, and also in the list of available soil data, available borehole data, and which was done back in the past, and also results of a modeling soil map and geological map using ArcGIS. It also featured a soil strength map according to the SPT N value, which is closest to the area. And we have been producing in the last since June last year, about 10 feasibility of industrial area in Tumburon district, which is for development of an industrial area, and then feasibility of commercial areas, about 9 has been produced, and feasibility of integrated townships, about 15 areas that has been produced, and again, mining areas and other kind of development. Next slide. So this is just an example of the product that I have just mentioned. It's just a map showing the soil and also the SPTN value, and along together with the report. This is for at least feasibility study and development planning for building labor quarters for the construction industry. This was requested by the town and country planning, and they have listed some areas, but since they do not have the information, so we produced a map for them, so for them to use and for them in terms of decision making, and to see whether it's feasible in terms of economical and financially, as well as based on the soil. I guess next. Third activity is the aerial photography airborne LiDAR acquisition and geospatial mapping project of Brunei Darussalam. This started earlier this year on the 5th of February 2022. This is a project under the survey department. This is just to update the aerial photographs and land information base map. And also the data produced for a number of scaled maps and topographic maps. And this also includes the production of 3D mapping and planning using 3D models for selected buildings. Next. This is the deliverables under this project that will be delivered, the results, and such as the production of an updated version of the DEM, digital elevation model, the contours, the digital DSM models, and including geological mapping, the landslide hazard mapping, the flood risk areas at low-lying areas, and other possible mapping products. Next. This is just the update as of 24th August 2022 areas in Brunei Darussalam where the acquisition has been done. About 39.23%, and it is expected to finish next year in 2023. Next. This is some of the, under this strategic aim, proposed future activities. Under the climate, Brunei National Climate Change Policy. Brunei Darussalam Comprehensive Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment, which is done by the BCCS. This is in the future, a future project. It will be used as a tool in initial step in the adaptation planning process for any development projects. And it focuses on systems, habitats, and risk of climate change impacts. Project will commence about Q3 of 2023. Assistance required from CCOP. Brunei Darussalam seeks invitation from CCOP and other member countries for any training, seminar workshops related to coastal mitigation, sea level rise, geohazard, landslides, and risk mapping, groundwater exploration, and research on critical minerals. Assistance offered, research in development of peat areas, soft soils, mitigation of landslide occurrences, also in conducting training programs or workshops. Next. Moving on to the next strategic aim, which is adapting. This is just a brief figure showing that the mapping database under one platform, and it is actually a comprehensive Ministry of Development integrated database. Under the Public Works Department, which is, we have a lot of maps, but it's scattered. It is a different system, a different database. So we want to integrate with the ministry system so that it can be accessed by all the agencies. This is actually a 4-year project, and we're halfway done, and in the consolidated database part. That's it. Next. Proposed future activities. This is consultation and feasibility study on real-time satellite imagery for monitoring purposes of mining activities, flood and landslide hazard monitoring, and land development in 2023 by geological and research section. Assistants require workshops on data analytics or big data and decision making in geosciences. All right. So next is response plan. This is under the third strategic aim. Response plan for tremors, earthquakes, and tsunamis in Brunei Darussalam. So we did an activity early this year in 29th March 2022 with the Brunei, with the National Disaster Management Center and the Brunei Meteorology Department. And about the TTX is in the on the response of during earthquake and tsunami occurrences. And this is actually first held due to the production of the response plan on earthquake, tremors, and tsunami under the National Disaster Management Center. So the TTX was, there's about 40 participants in total, which includes all the stakeholders and also the clients. Next, so we did a scenario where possibility of a 9.0 magnitude earthquake at Manila Trench. That is a direct hit to Brunei Darussalam. And so second was the Climate Change Week at the Brunei Mid-Year Conference and Exhibition 2022 from June 22 to 26. So the background is Brunei Darussalam announced its increased climate ambition of achieving net zero by 2050 or earlier at COP26. Even though Brunei only contributes to 0.025% of overall global greenhouse gas emissions, so moving towards net zero is a necessary action and one that Brunei is committed in achieving. So it is a collaboration between the Brunei Climate Change Secretariat and the University Brunei Darussalam.
Brunei, you have 5 minutes left.
All right. So assistance required, Brunei Darussalam requires experts in climate change, decarbonization, and also carbon capture and storage, as well as carbon taxing. Assistance offered, assistance in conducting training programs or workshops. I think we're moving on to the summary. This is basically what I've just presented. I think that's it.
Thank you, Brunei. Give applause for Brunei. Is there any comment or question? So if none, thank you very much. So we go to the next country. We welcome Cambodia to present the country report.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Khun Sukunthia from Cambodia. Today, I would like to share our country report for the period from June 2021 to 2022. Next slide, please. Next. So this is our outlines of the slide today. Next, please. First, we will discuss geoscience at public sector. Second, we will discuss on the geoscience topic of interest. And then we'll talk about the cooperation and partnership, assistance required from the CCOP. And the last one is the proposed future plan. Next, please. This is what the geoscience at public outlook in Cambodia. As you know, the geoscience become more vital role in supporting the socio-economic development as well as the environmental protection as every country have challenges. And then In Cambodia, geoscientists work at various governmental institutions to support the need for the nation. If you can see, the mining, geological survey, petroleum exploration and production is under the Ministry of Mine and Energy. The environmental impact by erosion, landslide, natural disaster going under Ministry of Environment. The urban geology, engineering geology are under both Ministry of Land and Management and the Ministry of Public Works. And many projects, it's still under the Ministry of Groundwater, still under the Ministry of Rural Development, while the research, the management of the river is still under the Ministry of Resources and Meteorology. Next slide, please. So this is what is the activity over the year. First, we focus on the geological field study. The field study is intended to investigate the shale formation and present of the oil seep that we used to find in the past along the outcrop in the western and southwest of the country. And you can see this is an outcrop that we investigated. Next, please. Next. The field study result, can you go back? Yeah. The outcrop of the south part of Cambodia are predominantly limestone and black shale, which are the main source rock according to the petrological analysis. And the oil seep that we found like 20, 30 years ago, now there's no more present on the location. So this is the outcome of our study. Next, please. We also have a joint study and research with one of the university, the Institute of Technology of Cambodia. So this study have focused on the identify the organic matter type of black shale in the southwest of the country. 3 outcrop cross-section have been investigated, and you can see the present of the bituminite and micronite and cubic pyrite was the most dominant in maceral presented in the collected sample. So this is a good indication of thermally mature petroleum source rock. Next, please. This is the picture indicating the outcrop with the, you can see the fall along. Next, please. And this is the 3 cross-section showing the lithology along the outcrop. Next, please. In terms of the coastal marine environment, we have a project conducted by the Institute of Technology of Cambodia to study on the trend analysis in the coastal area, which is 3 provinces along the western part, southwest part of the country. And the study showed that among 3 rainfall stations located in the coastal region, one of the stations showed that a significant increase in annual rain. This is because of, since the country boosted development, there's a lot of urbanization, the conversion of the land from the rice field to the industry, some part of the deforestation to have the land to develop, to build the urban. So this is all impact to the coastal zone. Next, please. Next. And this project, geological project again, this is to study the fossil in the western part of the country. I think this is conducted by our General Department for Mineral Resources. 2 papers on tectonic history and fossil study in Western Cambodia were published. The first one is the origin of hyaline crystalline complex in the Western Cambodia. And the second one is a new material of Silurian. This is an early Permian age and Radiolarian from the Western Cambodia. Next, please. And as you know, under the CCOP technical assistant, the KIGAM, we have groundwater monitoring wells. This project is funded by the CCOP ground monitoring well in transboundary aquifer with technical support from KIGAM. Under this project, 3 wells were installed among Mekong River near Phnom Penh and Nek Luang, which is in the eastern part of the country, but this is along the Mekong River. One well was completely drilled in Kampong Cham, but the installation haven't completed yet, and another well will be drilled soon in the northern part of the country along the Mekong River. Next, please. In terms of the assistance required from CCOP country, as you know, Cambodia does not have like a data center, so especially for petroleum upstream and as well as a mineral sector. So we are seeking for any assistance via training on data management as well as the digital data storage. That one of the projects that we currently learn from the GDR Geoscience Data Depository project as well. And meanwhile, we also have a number of samples taken from the field over the years. And this sample, if any kind of technical assistance that we can have to do the laboratory sample, including geochemistry, paleontology, or palynology. Next, please. In terms of the proposed future plan, again, we in Cambodia, now it's quite different. 10, 20 years, 30 years ago, geoscience have worked at various institutions. So as one of the member CCOP country that to collect all the information, the issue is that the data integration of overall geoscience, as you can see from various stakeholders. So what our plan is to boost the cooperation, to collaborate with all the agencies who use the geoscience services to support the country development. And then we need to compile, integrate all the data to get like one of a unique country geological report on hydrocarbon deposit as well as mineral resources. So next, please. I think that's all our presentation, and I'm happy to answer if any question, please.
Thank you, Cambodia. Give applause to Cambodia. You still have 10 minutes if you want to ask or give a comment to Cambodia. You would like, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Cambodia, for very complete presentation on your country report on diverse field of geosciences. We have noticed that we have already some collaboration done between Cambodia and then through CCOP GDR project on the database system. So last month we have a workshop in Phuket, and at that very occasion we have some kind of consensus that maybe some KIGAM GDR system will be more customized and to be ready to use for your purpose. So I really hope that the kind of technology sharing to be implemented maybe in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr.
any other comments? So if none, thank you very much, Kamudia. You can step down. Next country will be China. But I would like to ask China first because now in China, it will be, oh, they are ready?
Dr. Shusi Chi, will you share your screen from your side? Make it slideshow, please.
Can you see? Can you see
Yes,
me?
but it's not yet slideshow.
It's not.
Please make slideshow.
Excuse me. We have shared our my PPT. 怎么搞的呢？挺好的。
It's okay now. Thank you.
It's okay now.
Okay, China, you can start your
Okay.
presentation. Thank you.
Distinguished leaders after this, chairperson of the CCOP Advisory Group, distinguished body, vice chairperson of CCOP Steer Committee, and Dr. Li Yongzhu, director of the CCOP TS. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good afternoon. I'm Su Siqi from China Geological Survey. It's my great pleasure to give the country report of China on behalf of China delegation. My presentation includes 3 parts. The first is the annual review of activity. The second part is the proposal of future activities. The third part is the assistance required from CCOP. Firstly, I'm glad to tell you, Dr. Jinghan Li, chairman of CCOP-SC and a permanent representative of China to CCOP, is promoted to Vice Minister for Geological Survey and the President of CGS. We would like to strengthen the cooperation between CGS and CCOP in the near future. As you know, CCOP RCOG is set up last May. During the past 1 year, we carried out much work. The first is appoint the Steer Committee, Director of the Center, and the Secretary of the CCOP RCOG. The second, we have set up the International Expert Group for Urban Geology. There are 15 experts from BGS, GTK, and KIGA, and CGS to become the experts of the expert group. Here, we welcome more urban geology experts from member countries and cooperative countries of CCOP to become the member of the expert group. The third, we have built the big data platform of international urban geological information. has been initially built for the collection of international urban geological information and a window for international urban geological information sharing, including recent research progress of urban geology, key technology on urban geology. The fourth, last year, the RCUG has hosted the 2021 International Symposium of Resilient City and the 21st Annual General Meeting of UKCARE. The theme of the symposium is constructing a safe, green, and livable digital resilient city by adapting to local conditions. More than 100 technicians from the MCs and CCs of CCOP attending it. The fifth is participate the CCOP TGAN Urban Geology project. The staff of RCUG Secretary participate in the CCOP TGAN Urban Geology project. CGS established an expert group composed of 3 urban geology experts and attended the international workshop on urban geology online, organized last November. We have recommended the candidates of regional expert of CCOP. According to the notice of CCOP TS, CGS have recommended 5 candidates of regional experts. And Dr. Wu Songyang successfully ran for the regional expert of the CCOP TS, and now he is working in CCOP TS now. Both, we are making the monograph of coastal erosion and mitigation in East and Southeast Asia. We have finished the draft of the monograph. The 5 is to host the training course of CGS, CCOP ASIN, geodata processing capacity building, and geophysical mapping project IGDP. We have carried out the project for 8 years. And last year we included a total of 60 well-known geological and mining delegates from CCOP MCs attended the training course. Six, we have developed the chemical Earth big data platform and the integrated geochemical exploration system mapping software. We have carried out online processing of geochemical data and the geochemical map compilation with logs. As you know, there are 2 Class 2 UNESCO International Research Center. One is the UNESCO International Research Center on Castor, and another is the International Geochemical is UNESCO Global Geochemical Research Center. On the platform of the 2 classes, UNESCO 2 Class 2 centers, we have also carried out the training course. We also invited the delegates from CCOP member countries attending. The second part is proposed future activities. The first is to host the CGS CCOP seminar on geological hazard prevention and risk control supported by science and technology online in the end of November 2022. This seminar will focus on the major issues of geological hazard prevention and control, including risk identification, monitoring, early warning, mitigation, and information service. Here, we welcome more delegates from CCOP member countries and cooperative countries to attend the coming event. During this day, CCOPTS will circular to all members of CCOPTS. Second, we plan to host the Resilient Cities International Symposium 2022 in November 2022. This symposium will be hosted by the RCUG. During the event, we will share the latest research on the urban geology. The third is to go on accompanying the monograph on coastal erosion and mitigation in East Asia and Southeast Asia. We plan to publish this monograph in the end of this year. The fourth, to strengthen cooperation with CCOP to promote big science program of global cluster. We plan to construct the environmental monitoring site of cluster resources in the key areas of water resources development and utilization in East Asia and Southeast Asia, and to further strengthen cooperation with the Department of Groundwater Resources of Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand, and jointly establish the China-Thai Joint Laboratory of Cluster Geology. The fifth is to strengthen cooperation with CCOP to promote big scientific program of chemical earth. We plan to deepen cooperation with Laos, Cambodia, Indonesia, and other countries in the application of geochemical data, and promote cooperation with Thailand, Myanmar, Malaysia, and other countries in geological and geochemical mapping, and to cooperate with the Department of Geology and Minerals of the Ministry of Energy and Mines, PDM, to carry out 200,000 blank area geological and geochemical mapping in southern Laos. The sixth, to participate in international geosciences program, the metallogenic prediction, sustainable development, and integrated utilization of mineral resources in the Pacific metallogenic domain, IGCP 741, which have been approved by the UNESCO last year. We would like to invite the MCs and CCs to attend the China ASEAN Mining Cooperation Forum and Exhibition, which will be held in Guangxi, China, May 2023. This forum has been delayed this year. The third part is the assistance required from CCOP. We want to seek the assistance from CCOP when we finish the above activities. The first, we hope to member countries and cooperative countries of CCOP to jointly construct of CCOP Research Center of Urban Geology. In the main meeting room, we have distributed the brochures of CCOP RCUG. Second is to construct the China ASEAN Geoscience Cooperative Center. As you know, the members of ASEAN is included in members of CCOP. We welcome all members of CCOP to attend to join the construction of China ASEAN Geoscience Cooperative Centers. The third is to participate in the bigger scientific program, such as Global Cluster, Chemical Earth, and Deep Time Digital Earth. The fourth, to jointly establish the CCOP geoinformation sharing mechanisms. We work together to promote the construction of CCOP RCOG International Urban Geological Information Big Data Platform and incorporate geodata into the geochemical Earth and geochemical Earth, Global Cluster and the BBE platform. The fifth, recommend outstanding staff or students to further study in China ASEAN College. The sixth, recommend outstanding geoscience experts to jointly apply for all kinds of projects in China and come to China for jointly carried out relative work. The seventh, to provide some financial support for your respective training, which can be sent to China to participate in various training courses. That's all. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, China. So before I ask floor, if you have a comment or question, I would like, on behalf of steering committee, would like to congratulate Dr. Li Jinfa, who will be promoted to be a vice minister. Any comment or question? You have, okay, please.
Thank you, China and Dr. Susuchi, for a very complete presentation on your activities so far and then some recommendations. So I really think that the China's effort to make 7 items to the CCOP member countries and some countries can get involved. So I would like to also highlight your effort to make CCOP RCUG in Nanjing Center, which was established physically in Nanjing Center. So, but unfortunately, due to the pandemic situation, so we couldn't have some real activities so far. So I'm really expecting more activities and some collaboration and training courses on urban geology issue to be implemented through the Nanjing Center under the umbrella of CCOP and CGS. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Yeah. So if there is none, Cambodia, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Cambodia have no comment or intervention, but just take this opportunity to thank to the Chinese government, especially CGS, who have close work with the GDMO of Cambodia, and recently we will have new MOU signing on karst geology in Cambodia also, and we hope in the future we're gonna have another such cooperation in the future. So take this opportunity once again, thank a lot to the CGS as well as Ministry of Mineral Resources of China. Thank you.
Thank you, Cambodia. So we will stop here, yeah, because it's nearly 12 o'clock, which is a time for lunch, actually, yeah. Lunch will be, we will have lunch from 12 up to 1:30 to 1:30, yeah. Then we will continue with the next country in 1:30 in this room. Maybe Maripik, you have an announcement, please.
Okay, so lunch will be at ballroom 2, just the next ballroom to us. And we will resume at 1:30 by Indonesia country report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you.
So Marvin, we can leave our belongings here.
Recording in progress.
Cek pakai. Cek. Cek pakai. Cek. Dibuka aja Kang Adi, jangan ditutup. Cek. Cek, oke.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. We will begin the afternoon session in 2 minutes. Okay, good afternoon again. So let us now begin the afternoon session.
Thank you, Marifik. Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully, after charging our body, then we can start in a fresh condition, or otherwise maybe sleepy. It's- okay, we continue with the next country, which is Indonesia. So Indonesia, we invite you to have a presentation. So your time is 20 minutes, yeah. We'll inform you when the time is 5 minutes left.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As you know, Indonesian tectonic setting is very complex, where along line Western Sumatra Island and Southern Java Island is the active convergent plate boundary. This boundary is kind the margin, which was growth by adding continental fragment and oceanic fragment by some process over time. So, with very heterogeneous material, earthquake happen, volcanic eruption in there, and including natural resources distribution. The Indonesian Geological Agency have the work program to respond the geological issue relevant by integrating geological survey. For that, this presentation will provide a very brief overview the study result related to different geological aspects. Please, next slide. What we are going to cover, apart geohazard, please, back slide, please. And then back slide. Yes, thank you. What we are going to cover, apart geohazard, are the environment geology and so on, as showing on the screen. So let's start with the environmental geology. Please, next slide. Yes, next slide, please. So this slide gives us information from one of a number example of a survey. In this case, integrated geological survey for land use planning and regional development carry out, especially in the national priority area, and have high priority mitigation of geohazard. This picture is a geological site of Opak Fault in the southern of Yogyakarta, and then gravel mining in the Progro River downstream at the bottom left, and also eruption deposition can be mining community. Please, next slide. Now move to development of geohazard, where the area have the potential for a geological heritage, bio and cultural diversity, as we know as the concept of the sustainable development. With Geopark, we are seeking to improve environment and also to encourage the use of the renewable energy, green transportation, and so on. In this slide, we have new presidential regulation in 2019. This regulation, the ministerial regulation number about the development of geopark and the designation of geoheritage drive many local. This regulation facilitate joint effort between central government and local government, drive many local government proposed to design as geopark. And also, their interest in the geopark that manage the area with a holistic concept of protection, education, and sustainable development while involving local community. Indonesia has 6 global geoparks and 13 national geoparks has been proposed by local government and 4 of them as aspiring national geopark. Please, next slide. Groundwater. Groundwater reservoir or aquifer are part of the overall grant of the freshwater system on the earth. In Indonesia, they are often very poorly characterized because there is not very much data available. So, concerning the groundwater survey, activities related to groundwater consist of hydrogeological survey, updating of groundwater conservation map, and identification of research area damage. And then there were several hydrogeological activities that focus on hydrogeological survey, including identification and monitoring both in groundwater well and groundwater basin. 33 monitoring wells have been installed. 5 provinces. Banten is 10 wells. West Java 3 wells. Central Java 8 wells. Yogyakarta 2 wells, and East Java 10 wells. Please, next slide, please. Geohazard. Indonesia hosts 127 active volcanoes and 69 of them categorized as active and high-risk volcanoes, which are monitoring continuously by Center for Volcanology and Geological Hazard Mitigation, where I work there. 9 volcanoes have erupted during the period of July 2020 until June 2021 without any casualty. Currently, there are 21 volcanoes whose activities are on state above normal until June 2022, consisting of 5 volcanoes at alert level 3, including Merapi, Semeru, Anak Krakatau, Au, and Ilil Lewotolok, and 16 volcanoes at alert level 2, Marapi, Kerinci, Bromo, Dempo, Rinjani, Sangyang Api, Lokon, etc. Please, next slide. And earthquake, there are 25 destructive earthquakes occur in Indonesia. The West Pasaman earthquake, the picture is the left one, is in West Sumatra that occurred on February 25 in 2022 was the most destructive earthquake in this period. In addition to causing loss of life and damage to building, this earthquake also caused collateral hazard such as ground cracking, liquefaction, and landslide. The Geological Agency has carried out geological emergency response or rapid assessment in order to map and analyze the impact of earthquake as well as to provide technical recommendation for earthquake disaster mitigation. Please, next slide. Landslide. There were 944 reported landslide events in Indonesia, with a total of 400 dead, 264 people injured, and thousands of damaged houses and buildings. Java Island is listed as the most vulnerable area to landscape disaster in Indonesia, with 65% of the landslide events occur in the island due to geological conditions coupled with high population density and high intensity rainfall. The most destructive landslide event occurred in Kota Batu in East Java in November 2020 and Pasaman, West Sumatra, that triggered by earthquake. Next slide, please. So, the Geological Agency now join with the Marine Geological Survey. So for that, we have some report from the Marine Geological Survey for the nuclear work for nuclear power plant in the coastal sea of West Kalimantan, carried out in June until July 2021 as a collaborative activity within Nuclear Energy System Research Center or PRSEN and National Research and Innovation Agency or BRIN and Public Service Agency for Marine Geological Institute and Geological Agency. The marine geology study, including the geophysical aspect for the positioning and navigation, sounding and recording, sub-bottom profiling, as showing in the left picture, and then geological aspect on megascopic and microscopic data, distribution of seabed surface sediment, littoral drift, sediment transport rate, and their modeling, and also oceanographic aspect on ocean current and their modeling, ocean wave and their modeling, and maritime meteorology, and then environmental and geohazard aspect based on data on beach characteristic, seawater quality, marine sediment quality, and marine geological hazard. And this is another picture. So the sedimentation process in the west coast of West Kalimantan that cause this area to experience a fairly rapid acceleration. Seismic data around West Kalimantan in period of 20 years occur 11 times with magnitude ranging from 4 until 5.3 magnitude. The result of the seismic interpretation of lineament identified from the seismic recording in the form of lineament generally in the northwest-southeast direction, but cannot be categorized as a capable fault because there is no return period on the echo of movement. Next slide, please. Geological Agency published the sedimentary basin map of Indonesia as showing in the bottom picture. Sedimentary basin map of Indonesia are grouped into 4 categories. So you can see the red one, the blue one, the yellow one, and the green one. For the producing basin, drill basin with no discovery, non-producing drill basin, no discovery, undrilled or frontier basin. For the 2022 sedimentary basin map of Indonesia, update the status of sedimentary basin into 6 classifications, namely producing basin, it means basin with production well, and then discovery basin, it means basin with discovery well, and then the prospective basin, including prospect basin with proven petroleum system, it means basin with potential petroleum system component, seismic and well data available, and also basin with hydrocarbon indication. It means basin with hydrocarbon seepage occurrence, seismic data available, but no well data. And then also unexplored basin, including basin with geology and geophysics data, and then basin with no or limited data availability. Please, next slide. Yes, Geological Agency published, okay, next slide, please. Yes, next slide, please. And this is the representation of the 4 category of basin: the producing basin with the red color, the prospective basin with the green one color, and Discovery Basin with the blue color, and then the unexplored basin with light red and yellow red. Next slide, please. So for mineral, the issue regarding REE in Indonesia have an approach in doing regulatory and policy analysis, and also research approach. In this, it means is to find where the resources are, how they get there, and how they cover. In this slide, the prospecting for REE in Sambas Regency in Kalimantan, in West Kalimantan province, and then prospecting for gemstone in Nagan Raya Regency in Aceh province, exploration of REE with drilling method in North Tapanuli or North Sumatra province, prospecting for base metal and precious metal in East Java province, prospecting for graphite in Kolaka Regency in Southeast Sulawesi province, and then systematically geochemical regional survey in Maluku province. Next slide, please. So for the last work, the geological NC now push to advance about the database for the and then the digital transformation to put every data, including the natural resources and then geohazard, in the form of website and handphone application, in order to access the accessibility easily. This is, for example, from the GeoMap website. We can access information about the geological map based on the administrative variable or input. With this kind of digital transformation work, we hope that the public or the stakeholder can access or download the data easily. Please, next slide.
You have 5 minutes left.
Thank you. And this is another example for the geohazard application. We can use the swipe or the handphone application to have some information about the alert level for the active volcano in Indonesia, and also the other geohazard information. I think for now that's all, and thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Indonesia. If anybody has any comment or question, yes, please, Korea.
Yeah, thank you for your kind presentations. And you introduced the two projects on rare earth elements prospecting and exploration.
Yeah.
Yeah, you introduced.
Yeah.
Could you please tell me what kind of minerals are that rare earth ores? Maybe,
So we,
for example, monazite or pasnasite or some ionics.
Yeah. Thank you. Honestly, this is still a long discussion between us in internal from the geological agency. I get from the because my background is from the technical work for the geohazard, but I try to catch the information from the another division, especially for the resources. In the case for the REE, we are trying with the, before we have problem with the regulatory problem with the monazite, for example, because like a monazite mineral before is not our authority regulation, because there are some radioactive mineral. But after the new regulation in 2020, it's possible now to do some research or explore for the monastery, for example. But unfortunately, before 2020 and 2021, we have no many activity on the field. So this is such a really some recognition work in the field. For example, in the North Tapanuli, but maybe for the background about the RAA, based on our information in the most of all is based on the western part of Indonesia, because granite is over there, like in Bangka, and now in the central Sumatra. So I can say we have no, for now we have no many study or exploration, but this is a hot issue for us, because in Ministry of Energy and Resource Mineral now have really pushed the program for the energy transition and concerning especially for the renewable energy. I hope.
Okay, thank you.
Any more comment? None? Okay. So thank you, Indonesia. You may step down. So we continue to next country, which is Japan. Yeah, because Japan is attending this online. Yeah. So are you ready, Japan? Hello, Japan?
Yes, coming up. Make your slideshow, please. It's slideshow now, but I think you have an echo. We cannot hear you, Yoshikawa-san.
Yeah. Hello, Japan. Can you hear me? Please respond.
Slideshow is okay.
Yeah, it's slideshow now. Yeah, you may
It's okay
continue.
now.
You may continue presentation.
Thank you for your introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Miho Yoshikawa. I work for Geological Survey of Japan, AIST, as a geological researcher, and currently I'm in charge of international coordination. I'm honored to present the country report on behalf of Japanese delegation. I'm going to cover these points in today's presentation. I'll start with a brief introduction of Geological Survey of Japan, GSJ, and then I will move on to annual review of individual technical activities. First, I'm going to talk about introduction of Geological Survey of Japan. These are the points I'm going to cover today. Organization and mission, and 140th anniversary of GSJ, and major CCOP projects built by Japan. Here we have the organization chart of GSJ. GSJ consists of 3 research units and Renewable Energy Research Center in green color, and Geoinformation Service Center, orange, and Research Promotion Divisions, blue. GSJ is carrying out research area collaboration projects targeting on COVID-19 infection risk assessment, environmentally conscious developments and technologies. And our mission is to ensure safe and secure society and to support sustainable development of the society by means of geoscience. GSJ is established in 1882 and celebrating 140th anniversary in this year. We published special issue of GSJ Geological News, which describes the history of GSJ and recent activities. We published we held a special exhibition of Geological Museum evolving geological map. Now, GSJ is working on these 3 CCOP projects. Groundwater Festival from 2019 to 2023. Geoinformation Sharing Infrastructure, GSI, Phase 2 from 2021 to 2025. And GSJ International Training Course from 2018. I'd like to present our activities on these projects over the past year in the next part. I'm going to move on to annual review of individual technical activities. These are the points I'm going to focus on. CCOP GSJ Groundwater Project Phase 4 meeting. The 6th International Workshop of the CCOP Geoinformation Sharing Infrastructure GSI Project. GSJ Webinar 2022. And 7 press release topics. First, I'd like to talk about CCOP GSJ Groundwater Project Phase 4 meeting. We virtually held a meeting on March 9th to 10th, 2022. 26 participants from CCOP and CCOP Technical Secretariat attended the meeting. All the participants discussed on groundwater and surface water programs in each member country and their possible solutions. We also conducted workshops on groundwater database comparison using CCOP GSI system. The outcome of this workshop, groundwater data of several countries which had not been uploaded by that time, was newly added to the groundwater portal. Next, I'm going to talk about the 6th International Workshop of the CCOP Geoinformation Sharing Infrastructure Project. We virtually held the meeting on February 24th to 25th in 2022, hosted by the CCOP Technical Secretariat. 27 participants shared updating the progress of the GSI project and status of data uploading in each CCOP member country. We also held the workshop on the new features of the system. Now, I'd like to report GSJ Webinar 2022. We held a webinar on practical geological survey techniques, application to geological disaster mitigation. from July 5th to July 21st, 2022. This webinar consists of 3 courses: lectures on geological disaster mitigation, practical training on GIS and cloud-based GIS, practical training on remote sensing. And the trainees were able to attend one of the desired courses. 27 young geological researchers and engineers from 7 CCOP countries participated in the webinar. We are glad to receive favorable remarks from the trainees for obtaining new insights useful for their works. Now, I'm going to talk about press release topics. The National Organization for Geological Survey, GSJ, has been publishing and updating a wide variety of geological and geoscientific maps. As you know, the maps are not only scientifically significant, but also practically important to mitigate future disasters. Today, I'd like to introduce 4 types of maps. The content of the maps can be downloaded from the GSJ website. First, I'm going to show you a basic geological map. We published the geological map in total district, showing in detail the distribution of soft and firm basement. Show the city and the surrounding area. Known as the City of Automobiles, is an industrial area that has developed large-scale automobile factories. The vast and flat topography unique to the Toyota area is geologically reasonable to house the flourishing automobile industry. Second, I'm going to introduce the maps of large volume ignimbrites. We have started to publish a series of maps that display the present distributions of 12 large-scale ignimbrites. Here we have the close-up image of the central part of the distribution map of the Ito ignimbrite, erupted from Aira caldera in the southern part of Japan at around 30,000 years ago. The map provides fundamental information for volcanic disaster mitigation. Next map I'm going to show you is a source map of Japan. We estimated the trends of the stress in Japan, and we analyzed what characteristics based on massive more than 200 to 20,000 micro-earthquakes data using the deep learning model. It is useful for assessment of future irregular earthquakes and understanding of the seismotectonics of Japan. We also provide the atlas of soft mud distribution that captures the entire alveolar lowland. As shown in this figure, the atlas includes depth distribution of incised valley fields and the soft mud beneath the Tama River lowland. We have illustrated that a soft mud layers with high water content exist in the entire alveolar lowland. As you know, since Japan is a seismically active country, this map will be useful for earthquake mitigation. We also developed and released database of volcanic ash ejected by major eruptions in Japan and abroad. It is the first database in the world which contains microscopic images of volcanic ash particles and information on volcanic activity. The database contains more than 1,000 ash samples. And you can see the database in the GSJ website as well. This database will contribute to immediate situation assessment and transition prediction of eruptions. Another outstanding outcome of GSJ is digitalization of reduction in economic and leisure activities under the restrictions during the COVID-19 pandemic using seismic data. Here we have the figure showing number of COVID-19 cases in Tokyo and temporal changes in the noise. The results show that the largest reduction during the first state of emergency. And after the first state of emergency, the noise reverted to the previous levels. We expect that the seismic data can be a new indicator for monitoring human activities. Another outstanding outcome of GSJ is capitalization of methanogenic microorganisms in deep subsequent sediment of the Nankai Trough. We integrated a variety of methanogenic microorganisms in the sediments where methane hydrate is concentrated. We succeeded in isolating a variety of methanogenic microorganisms from the sediments and demonstrated how the gross temperature dictates the methane production potential. The findings of this study will advance our understanding of the methane hydrate formation process in deep subsequent sediments. We can collaborate with you, especially in these fields of geohazard, urban geology, environmental resources. Please contact us. That covers everything I have to say. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Japan. You have 11 minutes more, but thank you. That's very important information from your side. Anybody here have any comment or question? So if it's none, then thanks, Japan. So we continue to next next country, which is Korea. We invite Korea to come forward. Oh yeah.
All right. Can you hear me well? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ki-suk Kim. I am the head of the International Cooperation Department of KIGAM. It's my great honor and privilege to give you the presentation on behalf of the Republic of Korea and KIGAM today. I know there are many presentations after my presentation, so no, without further ado, let me begin my presentation. So this is the contents of my presentation. Sorry. Is it okay? So the first part is about georesources, and the second part is about the geoenvironment, and the third part is about the capacity building program. Next, please. So this is the first part about georesources. Next, please. So the first slide is about the clean energy transition. As you all know, now, climate change has been causing various natural disasters such as typhoon, hurricane, flood, wildfire, and droughts, and so many other disasters. And it's getting even worse and worse year after year. And no country is safe from the climate change. So many experts and scientists and politicians are urging that we have to act fast to adopt technologies for cutting down CO2 emissions. So for that reason, our society has to go for the clean energy transition. No more fossil-based fuels. Instead, we have to produce more solar panels, wind turbines, and EV, electric vehicles, and secondary batteries for the clean energy. That means the demand of the battery minerals, or called critical minerals like lithium, nickel, cobalt, will increase rapidly in the near future. And also, the recycling will be very much necessary. Korea is not free from this matter. Korea is actually one of the top battery producing countries in the world. That means we need more critical minerals than other countries. However, unfortunately, Korea, no, not yet. Korea is not a natural resources rich country. So we import more than 90% of the mineral resources and the energy resources from abroad. Next, please. So there is no more the animation in my slide. So it's gonna be easy. So, however, Korea has some of the battery minerals in our land, like vanadium and lithium. So this slide is about the 3D mineral prospectivity mapping. And KIGAM launched the domestic exploration project named Development of Exploration Technology and Potential Evaluation for Energy Storage Minerals in Korea. And this project is a 5 year project and it started in 2020. So the left side is about the Hwanin vanadium mineralized zone in the northern part of Korea. And the right side is about the Boam lithium mineralized zone in the eastern part of Korea. So KIGAM has been studying and surveying these two areas very carefully with our various high-end exploration technologies. So this project aims to evaluate and secure the potential mineral resources in Korea. And the outcome of this project is to the advance of 3D models in vanadium and lithium deposits. Next, please. And the next one is about the mineral processing technology. KIGAM has a very strong research team for the mineral processing technologies, such as concentration, smelting, and recycling. So these are the KIGAM's representative extractive metallurgy technologies. And the first one is about the direct lithium extraction technology. It says lab scale, but actually we have completed pilot scale research for 5 years in the past. Our direct lithium extraction technology, I want to mention this. The ocean, the seawater has lithium in it, very little, like 0.17 ppm. But our direct lithium extraction technology can recover lithium from the seawater. And this technology can be applied for brine. So we can produce battery-grade lithium from low-grade lithium concentrated brine. And that over there is the final product we got from this technology. And the next one is about the recycling technology of EV batteries, commercial scale. And we have a recycling technology for the end-of-life batteries. And we can reproduce battery-grade nickel and cobalt from the end of, for the end of EV batteries. So those are the final products we got. and its purity is over like 99%. So what I'm trying to say is that KIGAM is looking for more opportunities to collaborate with the CCOP member countries on this technology. So if you want to know more about this technology, please come to the Korean delegation after my presentation. Next, please. And the next one is about the international collaboration of KIGAM on mineral resources. KIGAM is trying to collaborate more with the CCOP member countries on the mineral resources. And this is about Mongolia. The previous CCOP steering committee meeting was held in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia in June this year. And during the meeting, we got a chance to visit the Ministry of Mining and Heavy Industry of Mongolia to sign an MOU. The main purpose of the MOU is to build and operate mineral processing research center in Mongolia. And this project will be financially supported by the Korean Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy. Now, I believe we are waiting for the final budget approval from the government, and hopefully we can get it by the end of this year. And the next one is about another signing ceremony. The National Geological Survey of Mongolia visited KIGAM to sign an MOU on September 28th, a few weeks ago. And the purpose is to continue to collaborate on an ongoing project about Mongolia's railway development strategy. And also, we'd like to find out a good research item for a joint project on mineral exploration in Mongolia. Next, please. And the next one is about Canada. KIGAM and Geological Survey of Canada had two joint workshops face-to-face this year, and this is one of them. So KIGAM had the joint workshop with GSC early September, and it was held at the Geological GSC Central Division in Ottawa, Canada. KIGAM and GSC have maintained a very close research partnership since 1990s. And we already have an ongoing project on the EGR-CCS. And now we are trying to expand our collaboration to other research areas like critical minerals. So during the workshop, we introduced both the organizations' research activities in the field of mineral resources exploration and assessment technology. And the workshop was very, very productive, and I believe it was a very good initiative to make a future collaboration on the critical minerals. And we also had a field trip to the Oka mine very next day, which is located in Quebec. Our old friend, Dr. Daniel Lubel, the Director General of GSC, was there throughout the whole day. I really appreciate his presence. And by using this opportunity, I'd like to thank Dr. Carl Ozier, the Director of GSC Calgary Division. Without you, it would not be possible to have this fantastic workshop. I really appreciate it. Next, please. This is the second part of my presentation, Geo-Environment, and it has 3 programs. Next, please. So this is about the Coastal Zone Program. KIGAM conducts wide area and deep sea exploration by using our geophysical research vessel called Tame-2, which is about 2,000 tons, very big. But when it comes to the near shore area, near coastal areas, Tame-2 is too big to access. KIGAM EOS 3D system is a small-sized 3D seismic exploration system, and it can be loaded on a small vessel, small boat. So definitely it is able to access to the near-shore areas. EOS 3D can be utilized for various activities performed in near coastal area, such as submarine cable monitoring, marine aggregate investigation, and coastal development. So for example, KIGAM has performed 3D ultra-high resolution seismic survey at an offshore wind farm development site. And we identified and suggested the right locations, specific locations for the wind power generators. That's what we did. Next, please. And the next one is about the landslide early warning system. Landslide is one of the notable geological events caused by the climate change. And the occurrences of landslides in Korea is increasing. So we have a project named Development of ICT-based landslide early warning technology. And this project started in 2017. So for the landslide early warning system, the rainfall information is very, very important. So our warning system is linked to the rainfall information forecast analysis system called RIAS, the green box, green line. And it can calculate and evaluate the possibility of the landslide occurrences. And it can issue an early warning 24 hours in advance. And now KIGAM is collaborating with the many national geoparks in Korea. And recently, our warning system and rainfall information analysis system have been applied at a Mountain Chiri, which is a national geopark. So yeah, I can say this project is coming very well, but still we have a long way to go. So we are just putting a lot of efforts to continue to develop this system. Next, please. And the next one is about the CO2 geological storage program. And carbon neutrality is one of the top priorities in the world, and many countries, including Korea, are trying to reduce CO2 emissions. And many experts are saying that the CO2 geological storage technology is one of the significant technologies to reduce great amount of CO2 emission. In Korea, many research organizations are dealing with CCU technology, but I can say KIGAM is the only organization for the CCS technology. So we are in charge of site selection and core technology development for a large-scale CCS demonstration. Recently, the Gunsan Basin, over there, the map, the offshore in the West Sea of Korea has received many attentions in terms of CCS. So we have conducted many experiments around the Gunsan Basin. And we found out that over there, the ES, east basin of the Gunsan Basin is the most promising site for CCS. So now KIGAM is about to carry out 2 exploration drillings in the east sub-basin of Gunsan Basin to identify the possibility of the CO2 sequestration. Next, please. And this is the last part of my presentation about the capacity building program. Next, please. So as Dr. Young-Joo Lee already mentioned about ISGO programs this morning, ISGO, KIGAM have a plan to provide 2 regular training courses face-to-face late this year. So the first one is about the 3D geological modeling, SQUA-GoCAD. So SQUA-GoCAD is a famous, popular 3D geological modeling software for mineral exploration application. So it shows the modeling on the picture on the bottom like that. And we already got the participants from the CCOP member countries. So we will have 12 participants from 11 countries. And it's going to be from November 27th to December 3rd. And the venue is going to be ISGO in KIGAM, Korea. And the second training course is about the UNESCO Global Geopark. Many CCOP member countries have shown your great interest in global geoparks. So KIGAM and ISGO have decided to provide the training course about the UNESCO Global Geoparks preparation and management. The specific date, I believe, has not been decided, but Dr. Lee already mentioned about the specific date, so I'll just figure it out later. But definitely it's going to be early December this year. I believe that the invitation letter has been already sent to the CCOP member countries, and now we are waiting for the participant list from the CCOP Secretariat. I'm almost done.
Korea,
and then,
you have 5 minutes more.
The training course will be in December. That means it's going to be very freezing. So this is it. Next, please. So thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, thank you, Korea. Any question or comment? Okay, if there is none, I think again give applause for Korea for a very good presentation.
Thank you very much.
Information. The next country will be Malaysia. I invite Malaysia to give a presentation.
Thank you, Paiko. Good afternoon, everyone. Malaysia's presentation will go along subjects. Next slide, please. Subject being shown on the slide: your science cooperation and partnership, your science digital transformation for future Earth, and your science education capability building and outreach. Next slide, please. Next one, please. For geoscience cooperation and partnership on international cooperation, we have several cooperation. Just to name a few, we have Malaysia-Thailand Border Joint Geological Survey, or MTJGS. Then we have Malaysia-Indonesia Scientific and Technical Cooperation, MALINDO. However, due to the pandemic for the last 2 years, our activities were stalled, and we hope that we would continue again after this. Then we also have like Assam. Of course, there are senior official meetings, there are working groups, a joint working group, and the MCAP, or ASEAN Mineral Cooperation Plan. For our own national cooperation, of course, we have cooperation with our Forest Research Institute of Malaysia. Then we do have also cooperation with Malaysia Chamber of Mines and a company at Reinhill Berhad. For MOUs, we have had with public and private institutions like with UNIMAS, UTM, and UNITEN. They are all universities in Malaysia. On meetings and workshop, we had 32nd and 33rd Malaysia-Thailand Border Joint Geological Survey Working Group meeting, the 18th Malaysia-Thailand Border Joint Geological Survey Committee meeting. Then we also had joint geological mapping, fieldwork for compilation of potential geosite across Malaysia border. And the rest, where we have something on Amin, Assam, and they are related or associated meeting. Next slide, please. Still on geoscience cooperation and partnership, for future activities, we would like to propose several areas of interest. For example, like geohazard assessment and mitigation for climate change, groundwater governance and development, especially in climate change adaptation, Of course, we would like also to have joint study agreement with other private companies and national bodies in any geoscience program related matter, and then academia capability building with local universities. On assistance we require, of course, we would like to solicit and share the legal framework that deals with geohazard mitigation and assessment, on urban geology mapping and assessment on geohazard and groundwater. We had a cooperation with BGS before this on 3D Cal for mapping on subterranean area in Cal. We also need technical expert advice through joint project collaboration and groundwater such as MAS, CO2 storage, and ATES for climate change adaptation. MAS is Managed Aquifer and Recharge System. Of course, we do need a technical expert assistance on geospatial database development and management. In return, for assistance we could offer, of course, we could offer a pilot plant scale for active and passive treatment of AMD, slope hazard and risk mapping, data acquisition, geospatial web application, and groundwater mapping. Next slide, please. Next two slides. The other one. Next one. Still on geoscience, digital for transformation for future Earth. This is what we have now. We have MinGeoGIS, basically a system for mineral and geoscience geographical information system. It is a new system we are developing to replace the old one, MinGeoSys. Basically, the same thing. We are hoping this system to be completed in 2024. And then on GROW, which is a groundwater system, our Ministry of Mineral Energy and Natural Resources, they have this system on groundwater big data analytic, or called GROW. It is basically a baseline decision-making tool on groundwater management, which subsequently provides a platform to analyze information on the potential of groundwater resources quickly and systematically to meet the country's clean water supply. Then we also have NATSIS, or National Terrain and Slope Information System. What we are doing now, we are doing maintenance on software and hardware to enhance and obtain steady performance of NATSIS. We also have upgraded the security system, prevent any forthcoming issues on data security breach. And we have conducted also NATSIS working group to upgrade the NATSIS for modules which involve registration, lot or demarcation-based search, coordinate search, and data loading and publishing. Next slide, please. In detail on assistance we could offer, on assistance we require, we need, for MinGeoGIS, we need technical expert assistance on geospatial database for development and management, and of course also we need exposure to new technologies in information and database management. Next slide, please. On GROW, in detail, the assistance we require. Of course, we need assistance from CCOP member countries on big data analytic technology for groundwater. Also to promote big data analytic in hydrogeology. The technology transfer between CCOP members to enhance data management, and of course, coordination between CCOP countries with equivalent system. For the future, the proposed activities would be GROW data enhancements, data from GMG and other related agencies, promoting GROW as a national decision making support system or DMSSS for groundwater. And of course, we would like to upgrade for wider scope of gross problem statement. Next slide, please. For NATSIS, the assistance we require, of course, we would like to integrate geospatial borehole data in NATSIS. This has been practiced by BGS, India GeoIndex onshore web application. So any assistance by CCOP member country in sharing knowledge and expertise in systematic AGS format database is highly appreciated. For our future activities for NATSIS, we would like to do the maintenance on a yearly basis. And we would like to have new data to be put in on lithology, seismic, hydrogeology, as well as construction suitability maps. Then we would like to also introduce the critical slope monitoring module, which will be embedded in NATSIS to provide information on critical slope and its status. This is to be made available to be accessed by our federal and local agencies for immediate remedial action on slope failure. Next slide, please. On assistance we could offer on NATSIS, of course, we could share experience in establishing the entire slope hazard and risk mapping framework, from data acquisition to web application for integrating geospatial information in planning and controlling sustainable development, land use, as well as disaster management. For GROW, groundwater system, we could share our experience how to design big data analytics in hydrogeology. And of course, we could share experience on how BDA could assist in decision making. Next slide, please. Another one, please. On education, capability building and outreach, the work we had done is on community-based disaster risk management, or in short, we could call CBDRM. We have done this program in a place called Yan in Kedah State in Malaysia. Of course, for the first series, we have done it on 26 July. We were focusing on community leaders and as local champion, as initial responder. And for the second series, on the same community, we had focused on local students, women, and elders. We have done also on another community in Baling, also in the same state, but we were focusing on agriculture and aquaculture players. For the future activities, Malaysia would like to propose that we continue doing groundwater mapping in order to prepare for climate change adaptation and long-term sustainability. Field mapping and data integration between tube well, resistivity survey, groundwater modeling are among the expected work of scope. Apart from that, Malaysia is also interested to explore advanced technology on groundwater, such as ATES and MARS program. We have also outlined 20 years strategic plan on groundwater development and governance, which is in line with our Malaysia's agenda on water Sector Transformation Plan or WST 2040. On the assistance we require, of course, we do need technical assistance with specific reference to mapping and risk assessment. We need also the legal framework that deals with geohazard mitigation and assessment. With that, we need also geohazard forensic methodology, assessment and mitigation, technical assistance in groundwater with specific reference to mapping and resource estimation. Then we also need legal framework that deals with groundwater development and abstraction. Of course, we also need groundwater forensic methodology, parameters, and assessment of contaminants. I think that will be all from Malaysia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Pak Asimuddin. If there's any question or comment. So if there's none, I think Pak Asimuddin, you may step down. Thank you very much for nice presentation. Again, give him applause. Next country will be Myanmar. Yeah, we invite Myanmar to deliver presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Myanmar, I would like to present the Myanmar country report. Next, please. In my presentation, there will be three parts, like resource program, energy program, and groundwater program in Myanmar. Next. First of all, I would like to present the georesources program in Myanmar. Department of Geological Survey and Mineral Exploration is responsible for the country-wide regional geological mapping and preliminary mineral prospecting at the remaining area of the country. In this year, geological mapping at the Nibiro City for the urban project and surrounding area. Also, in the central Myanmar region has already begun. The geological mapping and geophysical survey in Tamshutia region and southern part of Myanmar. For the mineral exploration program, we carry out in the Mon state for Sargon exploration in Tanintari region for heavy mineral in peat sand, and also in the Mandalay region for the limestone for cement, and also carry out for the gold mineral potential in Tengku Division area in Mandalay region. Next, please. In the Sargon sand investigation at the Mon state, the Sargon mineral exploration investigation is especially carried out at the beach sand in Chongzong area, which includes Sargon, rutile, ilmenite, magnetite, and other heavy minerals. We calculated as Sargon sand reserve about 5.5 million meter cube with 25.759 grams per meter cube. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Next, please. For the limestone for cement exploration in Mandalay region, the limestone manufacturing at the Zivinji Tombo area for exploration has been carried out during February to March 2023. The purpose of this program is intended to carry out the grade and tonnage of the limestone for cement plant according to the requirements of the state. And this exploration estimated about 168.35 million metric ton with CAO 49.45, MGO 3.38, and SiO2 2.3% average. This is the map of the exploration that we have done. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. This is also the exploration for limestone for construction at the Medaya Patenji area in Manly region also, and this is carried out for the grade and tonnage of the limestone for construction material. Mostly the limestone are dolomitic limestone and some metamorphosed limestone of gray and light gray color. Next, please. And also gold and associated mineral exploration also carried out at the Singu, Tabajan, and Manly region. The gold mineralization is occur in marble and quartz associated with iron, copper, lead, and zinc, with brachiated and banded massive quartz vein, and some are seldom found. The two mineralization zones are occur, which are parallel, and the vein width is about 2 meters, and some widest part is 4 to 5 meters. Types of mineralization is the gold-based metal sulfide of the Mogul belt, and this is the location of the area that we carry out for the gold and associated mineral potential exploration. Next, please. DGSE also carry out the river sand at the Karaturi area in Trinidad region at the beach sand containing magnetite, some pebble of quartz, and other heavy minerals. And the possible river sand reserve is estimated about 80 million metric ton, which contain 1,814 tons of heavy mineral such as garnet, ilmenite, limonite, pin, rutile, and zircon, and other magnetic and non-magnetic heavy minerals. These are the areas that the river sand exploration has been carried out in southern part of Myanmar. Next, please. Currently, DGSE has carried out 53 blocks of gold, tin, tungsten, lead, zinc, silver, copper, antimony, iron, manganese, and coal and limestone and marble exploration with local and foreign companies. 13 foreign companies and 16 blocks are carried out for the joint venture exploration and feasibility study, and also 42 local companies with 37 blocks are now carried out. Next slide, please. And also we are participated in the CCOP and KIGAM Urban Geology project from 2021 to 2024 in Southeast Asia country. And we did some pilot urban project in Nebido city. Mainly emphasize on the study of the geological nature, soil map, underground water condition, construction material availability, and also earthquake and hazard zone of the area in Nebido. These are the maps that we have been done for the project. Next slide, please. Another project that we did is the Geopark program. Mount Poba is an extinct volcano and one of the significant geological and tourist attraction in Myanmar. To establish the geopark, there were two planned the geosite around the Mount Poba area, and DGSC carried out 28 geosites observation in this area. The map show the established geoparks and geosite in the Mount Poba area, and this area is under the forest reserve region. Next slide, please. Now I would like to present the proposed future activities of the DGSE. The following 3 activities are proposed for the 2022 to 2023 fiscal year. The regional mapping program of the preliminary prospecting at the Mandalay region in central Myanmar, and mineral exploration program for the zircon sand investigation at the coastal area of the Trinidad region and Mon State, and rare earth element mineral exploration at the in the area of the Nepido region and Swimyending area in Mandalay region, and some strategic mineral exploration at the Mandalay region, and geothermal characteristic and geochemical parameter of the hot spring from the Shan state. And also, we plan to do the urban geology program in the investigation of Tinulue and Taungji city, which will be carried out with the collaboration among the member country and CCOP. Next slide, please. This is the content percent of the DGSE. Next slide, please. Now I would like to continue for the energy program in Myanmar from 2021 to 2023. Next slide, please. The energy program is carried out by the Myanmar Oil and Gas Enterprise (MOGE) under the Ministry of Energy. Continue enhancing the onshore and offshore oil and gas exploration and exploitation. But the programs are now being delayed, and onshore and offshore open blocks will be launched as soon as the situation is possible. These are the onshore exploration and production blocks and onshore and offshore exploration block in Myanmar. Next slide, please. This is the content percent of the energy sector in Myanmar. Next slide, please. Now, I would like to continue for the groundwater program in Myanmar. Total 136 irrigation tube well and 56 drinking water tube well were sunk by the Irrigation and Water Utilization Management Department within the period of 2020 to 2021 fiscal year. Hydrogeological mapping of the eastern highland of Myanmar was carried out by the aid of the Australian Water Partnership. The study was continued, and the fee verification and finalization of the report will be started as a favor of the area. And also, build-up of the agricultural groundwater monitoring system in Myanmar is in progress, and which is granted by the Korea government. The table shows the number of tube well and number of total number of tube well in Myanmar. Today are 192 and 136 of the irrigation and 56 for the drinking water. Next slide, please. This is the content percent of the water sector in Myanmar. Next slide, please. Now I would like to summarize for my annual report. The geoscience topic of the interested include the critical mineral exploration and research, urban geology, base metal mineral exploration, geopark establishment, and the coastal erosion and conservation, which is in progress, green mining technology, resource management, and geothermal characteristic and geochemical parameter of the hot spring from the Shan state. And the cooperation and partnership include with the member countries and cooperation countries for the sharing of the knowledge and experience in critical mineral, urban geology, geopark establishment, and management of the geothermal and geochemical parameter of hot spring. Next slide, please. The assistance required for the from the CCOP includes request for the postgraduate scholarship in geoscience and geochemical engineering for the improvement of the human resource development, for geological and geochemical, geophysical exploration training for the young geoscientists, and also application of the remote sensing in geological mapping, and would like to request for the upgrading of the DGSE laboratory. And also the previously mentioned geothermal characteristic and geochemical parameter of the hot spring from the Shan state and other region of Myanmar. MOGE would like to request for the upgrading of the MOGE lab and assistance for the geothermal resources and assessment of Myanmar. And also, DGSE would like to request to the CCOP and other member country and cooperation country for the investigation technique for urban geology, including training on integrated data processing of the urban geological map. and also cooperation and coordination with the CCOP member country in future activity, which experience on geological mapping and mineral exploration works among the member country. Moreover, the upgrading of TGC lab is also requested. The IWRUD also would like to cooperate on transboundary aquifer study in Greater Mekong Basin and also in the knowledge sharing and capacity building program of the groundwater among the member country. For the other comments, DGSE would like to request for the capacity building of the digital transformation in geoscience for future art for the young geoscientists in the department. Thank you very much for my presentation.
Thank you, Myanmar. I invite comments. Okay, Russia.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just wondering, and what about your wonderful gemstones? I mean, the jadeitites, are they still being explored? And are there any geological works related to the jadeitite deposits?
For the gemstone, you mean color gemstone or jade?
Jade, yes, I mean jade.
You mean jade? Yes, jades there are two jade deposits in Myanmar. One is at the Pagan Tomo, and another one is in Kandy. In Pagan area, the exploration is now being paused for all company. No more exploration at there. But in the Kandy area, there are some few company which has active license, and that can be produced for some few months. Maybe next year the license will be expire.
Okay.
So the government policy is recent government policy is no more allowed for further exploration in jade industry.
Okay.
And also for the Kala gemstone, there is no permit for exploration at the moment. All permits are expired. So no more exploration for the gemstone for Kala.
I see, thank you. And the second question, is it possible, I mean, is it possible to go there to the deposits with these scientific purposes?
For which part? You mean for gemstone, Kala
Yes, I
gemstone
mean,
or
yes, the
jade?
formation of the jadeitites, yes, there's
Jadeite.
metasematic formations related to subduction zone and etc.
Yes, I also study for the jade deposit in Kandy and also in the Pagan. At the moment, this area is politically unstable and cannot be visit or go for the scientific purposes.
Okay, I see.
But in the future, when the situation is okay, it's possible.
Okay.
If you would like to go there, please contact to me for
Thank
visit.
you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments or question? If none, then yeah.
Just should comment on. So it looks like Myanmar has some needs for the education of the young generations. Yes. So I again highlight that the CCOP we do have several different scholarship programs which is provided by the IERI. It's basically internship of 6 months, but it can be continued to the master and PhD courses. So the Professor Kim will give a presentation on this activity tomorrow, and then moreover we do have another program which is provided at Hanyang University with the master and PhD courses on, especially for the government officers of Southeast Asian countries. So will be started next March semester to have a master and PhD courses, of course for free, and then even they provide some cost of living in Korea. And then also we have some program from China So I hopefully, if the China, if the border is open, you have some opportunity to come to the program of China ASEAN Geoscience program, which will give you some more opportunities to be your young generation to be educated properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. I think. Sorry. Thank you very much, Myanmar, and let's give him applause once more time. Now we go to the next country, which is Philippines. We invite Philippines to deliver presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Liza Manzano, and I'm going to present the country report of the Philippines for the period of July 2021 to June 2022, highlighting the geoscientific activities geared towards the 3 CCOP strategic aims. The Philippines, with its unique geologic setting, is undeniably blessed with rich mineral resource landscape. Out of our total 30 million hectares of land area, about 9 million have high mineral potential, but only about 81,000 hectares are currently mined because of our concerns on the very high anti-mining sentiments in the country, with the mindset that mineral resources development could enhance the impact of climate change. To date, the Philippines' total mineral reserves are estimated to at about 82.16 billion metric tons, with 14.58 metric tons of metallic minerals consisting of copper, gold, chromite, iron, and nickel, and about 67.66 billion metric tons of non-metallic minerals consisting of limestone, sand and gravel, silica, marble, and clay. Okay. In the bid to ensure that the country's rich mineral resources are sustainably developed, along with the implementation of risk resiliency program to support climate change adaptation, the leading national government agencies on geosciences are the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Mines and Geosciences Bureau, which I belong, the Department of Science and Technology, FIVOX, and the Department of Energy have collaborated for the promotion of geoscience programs in line with the CCOP strategic draft. The current DNR MGB priority geoscience programs is the Mineral Resources Development Program and Geological Risk Reduction Resiliency are anchored on the sustainable management of our natural resources and the improvement of adaptive capacities of human communities and natural systems. The objectives under these programs are to expand the geoscientific information and knowledge based on strategic and critical mineral resources and their occurrences, to identify and assess in detail the strategic and critical minerals to support the country's economic development and transition to low-carbon future, and to further assess existing proposed mineral reservation areas. Here are the accomplishments of the different projects and programs of MGB. First, we have the National Geologic Quadrangle Mapping Project, and as to date, we have accomplished about 44% of our universe. In this period, we have 42 quadrangles. Next. And we have the Mineral Reservation Program. We have the rare earth elements exploration, research on mineral deposit models and the tectonic or the dynamic setting, actual geological mapping, and the accomplishment we have finished for this period, 6 areas. Next slide. Also, under the Mineral Reservation Program, we have the characterization of mineral deposits. And we have accomplished 1 area for this period. Next slide. And for the National Geohazard Mapping and Assessment Program, we have accomplished 132 cities and municipalities. We conducted vulnerability risk assessment. We're using 3 elements at risk: the build-up areas, road networks, and population. And a total percentage of, how much is that? Back again for the National Geohazard, 47% of the total land area of the Philippines. And on top of that, we have also enhanced our early warning systems to reduce landslide and flood. But I guess we still need assistance to further enhance that in terms of reducing landslide and flood. We have many researches ongoing. I believe you should agree with me that it's really very hard. It's not only the trigger, the rainfall data, but we need to really identify what are the parameters to consider. Okay, and we do have the CARS subsidence hazard assessment. And to date, we have only accomplished 10.38% of the total land area. All right? And for the National Groundwater Resources and Vulnerability Assessment, we have accomplished 36 watersheds, and this comprise 68.8% of the total 254 watersheds of the country. So these are the proposed activities: technical review of geologic maps, critical minerals for low carbon future, upgrading of the existing MGB laboratory units, susceptibility maps to geohazard maps, susceptibility maps to scenario-based maps, IEC on groundwater resources, pumping tests, 1:50,000 scale volcanic and earthquake hazard mapping, and characterization of the Gayan Basin for the development of energy resources. In the coming years, MGB, DOE, and FIVOX will continuously endeavor to strengthen their past, ongoing, and future initiatives in keeping with their trust to systemically manage and ensure sustainable development of the country's mineral resources, while also enhancing the continued building of resilience through the current geohazard project. To achieve these goals, here are the proposed future activities. All right. Then here is the assistance required from the CCOP and other member countries. We need training, workshops, and knowledge-sharing activities related to strategic critical minerals for green energy and technology, landslide and flood modeling, application of geophysical methods in hazards assessment, groundwater modeling, karst hydrogeology, evaluating sedimentary basins, and engineering geology and quaternary geology. As for the development of existing laboratory facilities, our laboratory needs assistance in acquiring electron probe analyzer for small spot geochemical profiling, scanning electron microscope, multi-collector, inductively coupled plasma mass spectrophotometer. Moreover, the realization also of the establishment of the geopark in the Philippines. We have plenty of amazing landforms, but until now, we don't have yet a declared geopark. We already received the invitation for TIGAM, but there's only 1 slot per country. I hope it could be considered that there's additional more participants to the training. To give back and share some of our knowledge, here are the topics that we can offer. Training, workshop, knowledge on sharing on the tropical island karst, mainstreaming geosciences and climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction and management, best practices and geological hazard assessment and geoinformation management, Philippine earthquake models and spectral acceleration maps, design earthquake resilient structures, and the rapid liquefaction assessment tools using the non-destructive screw drive system coupled with non-invasive geophysical techniques. The second strategic aim centers on the development of digitally transformed geoscience data using innovative technologies. This includes the following systems and operations. Shown in the slides are the geospatial databases of the current MGB's geological programs, such as the ground subsidence hazardous mapping, vulnerability and risk mapping and assessment, hydrogeological mapping, mineral reservation and resource distribution in the Philippines. Geologic maps of the Philippines have been incorporated to the centralized technical geospatial information system platform. These programs are currently employing the same geospatial functionalities and applications that the INCOM has been continually utilizing. In addition, here are some technology innovations that host the digital formation information, the MGB Geohazard web portal accessed via the official website of the Bureau. This allows users to view the susceptibility of an area to rain-induced landslide and flood. This allows users to download the geohazard maps of desired. The GeoResPH system by FIVOX is a collaboration with MGB in terms of the hydromet hazards, rain-induced landslide and flood, and the risk exposure maps. And other government agencies is an initiative that seeks to be the country's central source of information for accurate and efficient hazard and risk assessment to increase the resilience to natural hazards. It comprises applications including the GeoMapper PH, the GeoAnalytics PH, and the GeoHazard Hunter PH. The Energy Data Center of the Philippines, as the sole geological and geophysical data repository of the Philippines, and is preparing for the procurement of services that will cover scanning and vectorization of seismic data, 3,000 out of 16,826 seismic stations reproducible. The proposed future plans in terms of technologies includes integration of mineral database, incorporation of geospatial data, digitization of geological data, integration of the geospatial information, old data, geospatial disaster recovery infrastructure, and all others. Continued collaboration, participation, and inclusion of the Philippines to the various CCOP programs that focus on the advancement of geospatial technologies through workshops, seminars, training, and possible grants or scholarships in the fields of geoinformatics and remote sensing. Such activities will capacitate and continually improve the technical capabilities of personnel in the aforementioned fields and be abreast of the current trends as well as emerging technologies. Assistance needed may be the sharing of technical experts on database-based development and rapid exposure data collection, web securities, government interoperability of systems, and on AI machine learning for scenario-based hazard simulation. The MGB and DOE are focused on improving in-house capability on the data organization and access, but are definitely willing to assist the CCOP other member countries, while FIVOC can offer technical consultations in relation to data management, data analysis, data security, and probably development of applications. The third and last strategic aim focuses on the enhancement of the country's capability building and outreach programs to promote and encourage continuing geoscience education for everyone. The conduct of the training workshops on understanding risk exposure maps have been accomplished in 664 or 40.6% of LGUs in the universe set for IEC as of June 2022. From June 2021 to June 2022, training on communicating volcano earthquake for depth ed elementary and high school teachers and DRR focal persons were conducted. The training made use of the newly developed guidebook for teachers and DRR focal persons. It focused on the science and impacts of volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, with emphasis on how teachers can integrate these topics to their lessons. Local government units and partners are empowered in mainstreaming disaster risk reduction, in local development and contingency planning process through the conduct of training in the use of innovative platforms such as the Rapid Earthquake Damage Assessment System, REDAS, and the GRS PH, Hazard Hunter PH, Geoanalytics PH, and Geomapper PH. The DOA started programs on exploration and development of oil and gas through the Philippine Conventional Energy Contracting Program, or the PCECP. International linkages are also maintained, between the MGB various international organizations such as the ASEAN Ministerial Amin Meeting on Minerals, CCOP KIGAM meetings, lectures, and workshops. The MGB was also invited to provide a resource person in the training course organized by the International Research Center on Karst under the auspices of UNESCO. Further development and enhancement in terms of education campaigns, the Philippines needs basic and advanced courses on science communication approaches to delve into the oil and gas potential. Sharing of strategies from member countries will be very beneficial. Our country is also willing to commit in sharing established methodology on karst subsidence hazard assessment and training designs for the IEC and community engagements on geohazards. The Department of Energy can share the experience in promoting the Philippines for the exploration and development of oil gas resources. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Philippines. So I invite Flor, if you have.
May I have one small question?
Yeah, please.
Possible. Yes. You have mentioned among the requested techniques there was the laser ablation, LA ICP-MS. So may I know for which purposes do you need them? I will explain. For example, we at my institute were having the LA ICP-MS, but we cannot cover all the purposes. So which certain do you need?
What do you mean CBMS?
Laser ablation, on the slide there were the techniques that you have requested from some member or cooperating countries, and there were EPMA, I mean microprobe analyzer, then EDAs like scanning microscope, and the latter was the laser ablation. So I would like to know for which purposes.
All right. That is related to the enhancement of our laboratory. That is the ones you're asking about the instrument?
Yes. I mean, you needed to know the rare earth elements in minerals.
Yeah, right.
Or so for this reason, or you need to know the age of zircons for your mapping purposes, or what?
We are still developing our research projects on the rare earth minerals. So we need this instrument also not only on rare earth, but other minerals that might be available in the country. You know, we still have to know more what is in our deposits. For example, like our nickel laterite, we are working on the possibility of high potentials of rare earth. So we need to enhance our laboratory, even the field methodology, so that we can really understand our potentials in these other minerals.
Okay, thank you.
Did I answer your question, ma'am?
I think we can discuss it after.
Yeah, better I discuss outside this. It will be more detailed. But again, thank you very much, madam.
All right.
Give applause for Philippines. Before we continue to next country, which is Thailand, we have a break actually. If you may allow me to have a break for 15 minutes, yeah, 15 minutes will be all right. So again, and because we still have plenty of time to finish, yeah, we will finish at 13:20 this evening. So if you don't mind,
sorry, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Before we break, there are questions from the online participants for the Myanmar and Malaysia report. Can we allow them to raise the questions?
Oh yeah, please. Oh,
Thank
right.
you very
To
much.
Malaysia and Myanmar.
Because yeah, is, are there any question? Yeah,
Yes,
sorry,
China,
I didn't realize
China,
that.
please speak up now.
Okay, please.
Thank
Yeah.
you very much. Give me the chance to attend the discuss. Just now, the member countries give a very good presentation. I just want to give my ideas about it. Just now, Philippine delegate said that they are interested in the UNESCO Research Center of Culture, which is affiliated to CGS. CGS would like to offer assistance to Philippines, and we welcome you to attend the training courses or other relative activities which will hold in the near future. As for the presentation of Malaysia and the Philippines just now, both of your countries refer to you are interested in urban geology. RCUG would like to offer assistance to you. So we hope to discuss the details of the cooperation after the meeting. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Maybe Philippines or Malaysia. Yeah? You asked to the Philippines and Malaysia. Maybe Philippines.
Sorry, Dr. Chusichi, your questions are not quite clear, so I think it's better that you type because there is some feedback in your sound system. So I think you just type your questions because we cannot quite catch up. Is that okay? Or did Philippines get it?
Well, maybe Philippines would like to respond to the comment from China. And after that,
okay, no problem. I'll give you my question to you. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. I understand, I think that is not a question. You are offering assistance to the Philippines. The question is not clear, or this is a comment or an offer for trainings.
Yeah, I think China's offer for trainings. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you are offering, and that's very, very welcome. Actually, in terms of the karst, we are working with the International Resource Center for Karst, and we are waiting for that project in collaboration with Indonesia and Thailand. There's already, but it has been postponed because of the pandemic. But there are a lot of trainings that we really need to enhance the geoscience program in the country. And we are very grateful if China could help, and even other member countries also.
Okay. Thanks, Philippines. For China, I think we can discuss this a little bit detail in City Committee meeting in the next 2 days about your offer for training and maybe some other facilities or equipment that you probably like to share with us. Maybe Malaysia want to comment to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Malaysia, we understood that China is offering assistance for us. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, China. Any more question? Online question? Only China. China.
Excuse me, Master. Excuse me. Yeah, I would like to respond to Philippines. Every year, the UNESCO Research Center of Costa will host the training courses for all countries. So we will send the circular to member countries via CCOPTS. We welcome you to send your delegate to China and attending.
Or 15:45, we come back to this room, and we continue with Thailand and Vietnam. And if you allow me to continue with the next maybe two countries that should be tomorrow, yeah, two cooperating country, yeah, two cooperating country that should tomorrow presentation, but because we still have time, so maybe we can continue that, yeah. Okay, let me have a break for 15-minute break.
Hello, requesting all the delegates to come in the meeting room, please. We will resume the afternoon session. Distinguished delegates, may we please invite you to come back to the room, to the meeting room, so we can begin the last part of the afternoon session. You can just bring your coffee, please.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We shall we continue, yeah, to for the last agenda, for the last session of afternoon session. We will invite Thailand, yeah, to have a presentation. Yeah, Thailand, please.
สวัสดีค่ะ Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Pachara Sangan from Department of Mineral Resources, Thailand. It's my pleasure to have a chance to present a Thailand country report today. Next, please. I divide my presentation into 4 parts. I start with the provision of the geoscience solution as well and reliable information through cooperation and partnership. And the second is adapting to digital transformation in geoscience for future Earth. And the third is promotion of geoscience education capability building and outreach, and the fourth is the proposed future activities, assistance required, and assistance offered to CCOP. Next, please. Let's start with the first part of my presentation. I'm going to let you know about our activities we have done in this report. Next, please. Under this item, there are 5 programs operated by 5 main organizations in Thailand. With the first program about the coastal program is operated by Department of Marine and Coastal Resort or DMCR and the Department of Mineral Resources and DMR. The second program is about geohazard program operated by DMR. The third one is a mineral program also operated by DMR. And the groundwater program operated by Department of Groundwater Resources or DGR. And the last one is about the energy program operated by Department of Mineral Fuels or DMF and Electricity Generating or Authority of Thailand or EGAT. Next, please. Let's talk about the coastal zone program. There are main two activities. The first one is about coastal erosion, and the second one is about the offshore geological data for marine spatial planning and management. Next, please. I'll give you some short activity about the coastal erosion. The first activity is operated by DMCR. DMCR has studied the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the coastal geomorphology at Malampung Beach at Rayong province. And this area is one of it has been affected by a pandemic situation of the COVID-19. And the aim of studying is about the impact of the COVID-19 epidemic on the changing coastal geomorphology and establish a database on coastal geology. Next, please. Let me give you information about the second activity is the offshore geological data for marine spatial planning and management. This is operated by DMR. We apply the marine geological, geophysical, and hydrological survey to study bathymetry, seafloor particle transportation, and longshore current characteristics along the Phetchaburi province coastline and offshore area by collecting the seafloor sediment and particle suspension, analyzing marine sample and heavy metal accumulation. And we use the geophysical equipment for this survey from October 2021 to September this year. This is cover the area of 4 provinces. Next, please. That's all about the coastal program. Let me give you information about the geohazard program. There are 2 main activities. It's about database on landslide susceptibility, hazard analysis zoning, and about the active fault study. Next, please. The first is about database on landslide susceptibility, hazard analysis zoning. We made a landslide susceptibility map in 2 to 20,000 to 15,000 in the four provinces in Thailand. It is Phetchaburi, Kanchanaburi, Chiang Rai, and Phang Nga. And we made a landslide risk mapping in community level. Next, please. This map just shows the project area in 2022. Next, please. And another activity about the geohazard is about active fault study. DMR carry out the project entitled the study of fault movement for the potentially active fault, the Leh fault zone in Leh province, northeastern Thailand, and the active fault track can be observed in Na Heo and Dan Sai area, where this fault belong to the north and northeast trending Park Leh fault zone in Laos. It's including that the fault in the Chiang Khan, Leh, and Wang Sapung areas are potentially active. Next, please. It's all about geohazard program. Let's start with the mineral program. There are the main activities about four activities. The first is about mineral management and policy. And the second is to devise and update database on mining potential area in Thailand. And the third one is regional mineral resource exploration and evaluation project outside the restricted area, investigated area. And the first of the this year is the area name is Chiang Rai province, and Chiang Rai in northern Thailand. And the last activity is to provide database and mineral resource web of Tak and Lopburi province, Thailand. Next, please. This due to that we have many activities, so I am not going to the detail of each activity. I will tell you like a list of activity. Okay, this show you the map of Thailand, showing the distribution of mining potential areas based on 5 mineral resource groups. Next, please. Yeah, also the picture this show the regional mineral resource exploration and evaluation project outside the restricted area, investigate area in Chiang Rai province, as shown by the several kind of map and data and field exploration. Next, please. Is all about the mineral program. Let's start with the energy program. The main activities is 6 activities conducted by Department of Mineral Fields. The first is successful awarding of the 23rd bidding round. The second is announcement of the 24th petroleum bidding round. The third one is about the carbon capture, utilization, and storage, or CCUS activities. The fourth is petroleum exploration and product activities. And the next is the safety and environmental oversight activity. And the last one is about coal and green pro technology activities. The next, please. This video show the one of activity about the carbon dioxide emission from the power plant related to the fuel types. Next, please. And it's about the activity about CCUS conducted by Department of Mineral Fields. Next, please. Okay. It's all about energy program. Let's move on to the groundwater program. There are many activities about groundwater program have done by Department of Groundwater Resources. The first activity is about groundwater resources development for supporting the rural development projects. The next is about riverbank filtration or RBF project. The next is about groundwater development for large-scale agriculture project. And the next is manage aquifer recharge performance assessment of pilot study in the Nam Kham River Basin in Northeast Thailand. And the next activity is about the deep aquifer exploration and assessment at the Phuket province in southern of Thailand. And the last activity is about the project of groundwater monitoring well installation in Thailand under the CCOP KICAM project. Realization of a groundwater monitoring network along the Greater Mekong Subregion or GMS for transboundary groundwater assessment and sustainable management. Next, please. This this map is show the site location of groundwater resources development for supporting the Royal Development Project in 2022. Next, please. Another example of activity is this is about the to the suitability map for constructing the managed aquifer recharge system in Nam Kham River Basin. Next, please. That's all activities about the first item of the CCOP aim. Let's start with the second. Is about the adapting to digital transformation in geoscience for future Earth. Next, please. In this item, there are the three main activities. The first one is about your information sharing infrastructure for East and Southeast Asia or GSI project. The second is geological sample storage, and the last one is GIS web application for energy resources project. The first and the second have done by Department of Mineral Resources, and the last one have done by EGAT, Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand. Next, please. This picture shows some activity about the this map. This map is 250,000 physical map of Thailand in the catalog geological map of Thailand. And next, please. This shows the GSS web page showing the sample type, the search engine, and sorting area selection. The web page of the if you would like to know, please go to this website bgs.dmr.go.th. Next, please. And this show the picture about the WebGIS application of Thailand renewable energy development by EGAT, geologist team. Display the various of renewable energy type. It also support
You have 5 minutes more.
It support multiple attribute and spatial quality function. Next, please. Okay, let's study the third item about back, please. About the geo education, capacity building, and outreach. The first one is about geo heritage care management program. For Department of Mineral Resources, we delivering the scientific knowledge in this program to sharing the management experience and raising the awareness about the local community sustainable development seminar through the seminar, training, field evaluation, expertise, and sharing program activities through the national and international conference and publication in Thailand, Geoscience Journal or TGJ. And we have done a outreach activity to induce the government sector, local enterprise, and people to achieve the UNESCO Sustainable Development Goal. Next, please. Yeah, under this activity, about Geo Heritage Management Program, we have the National Geopark Committee, and the result of the meeting, we have the establishment of the Chayapum Geopark as a local geopark, and establishment of Phu Hang Nak Geopark in Suphanburi province as a local geopark, and approve the Khon Kaen Geopark application to be like a UNESCO Global Geopark. And moreover, we will make a budget proposal for the 7th Asia Pacific Geopark Network Symposium in September, that already held by Thailand, the Stone Global Geopark last month. Next, please. Okay. And moreover, we have a main activity we conduct by Thailand is about the first Thailand Geopark Network Symposium to get with the team together. We can Thailand Geopark in this year, hosted by Stone Global Geopark and the DMR, and the variation of Korat aspiring Geopark to be a UNESCO Global Geopark, and Stone Global Geopark to be continue as a UNESCO Geopark, and by two experts from UNESCO Global Geopark. Next, please. Okay, let me inform you about the cave management program. We developed the sustainable management plan for 3 cave systems at Foro Tham Luang, Khun Nam Nang Non in Chiang Rai province, and Tham Khao Shanghai at Trang province, and Tham Phu Pa Phet at the Stone province. And we have a draft of operation plan of phase 2 from this year to the 2026. And we have like a Thailand class academic approach, and we develop the Thai Cave resort activity to improve the social sustainable local wisdom in Tham Pha Phu Thai Sat Saraburi province in last year. Next, please. And this is a second main activity is about next please. Okay.
Maybe Thailand, you can slightly speed up the presentation because your time is up.
That's 3 minutes. Okay, our proposed future activities is about coastal program and geoscience program and mineral program and groundwater program. Okay, next. And also we propose the future program in the geological sample storage and web GIS application and geological site development for tourist program. Next, please. Assistance required from CCOP for the coastal program. We would like to fulfill the knowledge of not only the geology but biology, geology, hydrology, and sociology. And for mineral program, you need a training course for mineral exploration and evaluation technique. And for groundwater, we would like to obtain the advice of our recent deep groundwater survey and development project and research. And about the CCOP GSI project, we need technical support and training for remote sensing the remote data resource and increase the number of participants attend this project. Next, please. And also, the core sample storage, we need a knowledge of cloud technology and sharing and exchange the core data with another member country. And for GSI application, we need a technical assistance, training about mineral resources and exploration, maybe the same. And about the cave management, we need a training course on the past system. Next, please. We would like to assist if the member country would like request. We would like to share expertise and field evaluation and training course and geoheritage management, and sharing technical concept and practical data upload to GSI system also. Next, please. Okay, this is all about my presentation. If you have any question, please go to our country. Thank you very much. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you, Thailand. If we have any question or recommendation or comment, sorry. So if there is none, thank you, Thailand. Again, you may step down. So I think we just finished the member country reports, yeah. And as I mentioned, no, Vietnam, no, already. I already informed that Vietnam. Yeah. So we go to the cooperating country. Yeah. Let me invite Canada for presentation. Thank you, Canada.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Ozier from the Geological Survey of Canada, the Calgary Division. You have the slides? Okay, looks like it's a little cropped here. Okay, great, perfect, thank you. Okay, next. So just a little bit of an overview, the GSC corporate information, the Pan-Canadian Geoscience Strategy, Canada's Critical Minerals Strategy, the GSC and the CCOP countries, and building multinational geoscience. Next. So here's an org chart of Natural Resources Canada, of which Geological Survey of Canada is a part. As you can see, there's, yes, thank you, in the red box there, this is where the Geological Survey of Canada is. This is a little bit outdated with the names, but the structure is still the same. The Geological Survey of Canada represents only a fraction of the 4,700 employees employed for Natural Resources Canada. Next. So the mission of Geological Survey of Canada is to provide authoritative geoscience knowledge and to inform stewardship of Canada's offshore and onshore lands, and to sustain responsible resource development for future generations, and to keep Canada safe from geohazards and related risks. The Geological Survey of Canada was formed in 1842. That's 180 years ago. It's the oldest government department in Canada, and as such has a rich history of producing authoritative geoscience knowledge. It is older than Canada itself, which was united into Canada in 1867. Next. So the Geological Survey of Canada, almost 600 employees full-time. This is a substantial increase from the last report, and I believe a lot of this is due to a lot of recent postdoctoral fellows that have been hired for some of the special programs that the Geological Survey of Canada is currently undertaking for the action on the government. We are located across 6 offices across Canada that have various focuses. In our Atlantic province, we have offshore mineral resources, offshore studies, as well as our UNCLOS program, which is United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, to extend Canada's continental shelf. And in the Quebec office, focuses on groundwater and environmental geoscience. Our central division focuses on mineral resources, and the northern division focuses on the Arctic. Moving across to the Calgary division, where I'm located, the traditional focus has been on energy, conventional and unconventional oil and gas resources. But in recent years, there's been a transitional change towards carbon capture and storage, geothermal, hydrogen, and a number of other energy-related initiatives. Moving across to our Pacific division with 2 offices located in Sydney and Vancouver, British Columbia. The focus of these groups here is on geohazards. Next. So in 2021, the GSC developed knowledge across 12 programs, and I'll go over some of those programs with you here. It provided analyses and interpretation of samples in our 30 specialized laboratories that we have across the countries. Each division has specific laboratories for specific types of analyses. And I want to just point out the publications. 396 publications of just the Geological Survey of Canada, which includes maps and open files, but also, which I haven't seen reported here before, is our external publications, which are journal articles with collaborators as well as the scientists themselves in peer-reviewed journals. And that represents 467, so it's quite a substantial number of publications that we're looking at here. Our portal, the GeoScan, currently houses more than 85,000 publications available to the public for downloading. Next. So the Geological Survey of Canada has a strategic plan, as many do, with strategic priorities, such as the geological knowledge for Canada's onshore and offshore lands, the geoscience for sustainable development, and geoscience for keeping Canada safe, geoscience for society, and our people and our science. We're currently working to develop a plan for the next 5 years. Next. So the GSC programs and services, as I mentioned here, here's a number of them. The largest program by far to date is the Geomapping for Energy and Minerals program, which was initiated in 2008 for a 5-year program funding of 100 million Canadian dollars, which was subsequently renewed for 7 years for another $100 million, and in 2020 renewed again for 7 years for $100 million. So over 19 years, that represents $300 million in investments for Geomapping for Energy and Minerals program. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, as I mentioned, to extend Canada's offshore continental shelf, Canada 3D, and I'm just going to move down the list here to Targeted Geoscience Initiative. This is another important program that was initiated in 2000, and it has been renewed 5 times. And has now become a permanent program with the Geological Survey of Canada. And I believe the current funding is something on the number of $5 million per year for that particular program. The Marine Conservation Targets, this is a recent program which is to help support Canada in its initiative to protect its offshore areas. And in 2019, 10% of Canada's offshore areas were designated as protected areas. And by 2025, the intention is to have 25% of that area protected and 30% by 2030. This is, of course, not the Geological Survey of Canada alone. Geological Survey of Canada is just one partner in this. It's led by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, which is another large department within the Government of Canada. Just to talk about some of the future programs, this is our core programs that we have right now, but there is going to be rolling out some carbon capture, utilization, and storage program, as well as a critical minerals program, and I'll just talk a bit about that in a second. Okay, next. So the Pan-Canadian Geoscience Strategy, some of you may have seen this before. It's a strategy that is developed with the geological surveys across Canada, as well as with the federal government. So the NGSC is what it's referred to, the organization, and it's undertaken in alignment with the goals set out in the previously announced Canadian Minerals and Metals Plan. Next. So as you can see here, the vision is to provide the geoscience information to underpin the responsible development of Canada's georesources and to serve the public good. The geo-resource value chain extends from land use planning to exploration and safe infrastructure development to reclamation. Therefore, diverse geoscience is required to underpin responsible development. This includes, but is not limited to, mineral, energy, public safety, environmental, climate change, and groundwater geoscience. For example, information about mineral and energy potential can help communities and governments in making their land use planning decisions that set the context for the rest of the value chain, as well as companies in deciding where to target their exploration activities. Similarly, climate change geoscience on thawing permafrost can inform decisions on engineering requirements for building mine infrastructures and for roads to transport ore to market and bring materials to nearby communities and resources development sites. Diverse geoscience can also serve the public good by supplying evidence to support geohazard risk management, land conservation decisions, and other important decisions related to land, water, and resources. So here's some of the mission statements from the Pan-Canadian Geoscience Strategy to support globally competitive mineral and energy exploration sectors in Canada, provide accessible geoscience data and knowledge to inform sustainable development and land use decisions, to reduce our environmental and public safety risks associated with resource development and geohazards, and to respond to society's evolving expectations for land and resource management. The Pan-Canadian Geoscience Strategy identifies 5 interdependent priority areas for action, such as advancing framework geoscience, advancing mineral and energy potential modeling, facilitating access to online data, supporting the training of next generation geoscientists, and enhancing public literacy in geoscience. These priorities support the Pan-Canadian Geoscience Strategy's vision and mission statements by providing data and knowledge, ensuring that these data are sufficiently discoverable and understandable to maximize positive impacts, developing the next generation geoscience expertise in Canada, and current specialists leave the workforce for retirement, and enhancing the ability of the public to understand and benefit from geoscience. The strategy's vision and mission statements and priorities are all well developed through discussion with a variety of geoscience users and are supported by the National Geological Survey Committee. Next. So Canada is currently developing a critical minerals strategy, and the 6 areas that are being focused on, as you can see on the list here. There was a public consultation that took place, which ended in September the 15th of this year, and they're currently reviewing the feedback to help finalize the plans for Canada's critical minerals strategy, which will be published at the end of this year, 2022. Next. Oh, I just might want to add that I didn't have a slide here on this, but Canada does have a critical minerals list. You can view it online. They have 31 critical minerals that are outlined on that. So for moving forward here to the cooperating countries, with China, we have ongoing collaboration with the China Geological Survey, the China University of Petroleum, Chinese Academy of Sciences, China University of Geosciences, and multinational initiatives. Areas of collaboration include mapping, characterization of hydrocarbon deposits, IOCG deposit research, and iron oxide apatite deposits. Next. Japan. There's ongoing collaboration with the Geological Survey of Japan, the Japan Agency for Marine, Earth, Science, and Technology, JAMSTEC, as well as JOGMEC. Areas of collaboration include subduction zone earthquakes and paleotsunamis, unconventional oil and gas systems, carbon capture, storage, and utilization. And a joint marine expedition to deploy JAMSTEC ocean bottom seismometers in the Western Canadian Queen Charlotte fault margin is currently underway with German colleagues from GeoMar using the German research vessel Sohn. This research was initially canceled in 2020 and 2021 due to the COVID pandemic. As for collaboration with JOGMEC, the GSC has geoscience for unconventional oil and gas going onward that's valid until 2024 for its MOU. Continues to enhance mutual understanding of geoscience associated with unconventional oil and gas reservoir system and contributing to reducing investment risk. GSC and JOGMEC scientists participated in virtual meetings to discuss potential for collaboration on carbon capture, utilization, and storage research. Next. Okay, great. And we have ongoing collaboration, actually quite a bit, with Korea, and in particular with KIGM, and ongoing with the Korea Polar Research Institute. And we have a number of agreements and development. With KIGM, we have an MOU that's in place until February 2025. And I just mentioned that the GSC Calgary, the division I'm in, hosted a KIGM visiting scientist for 1 year from July 2021 to 2022 to participate in research associated with shale studies in Western Canada Sedimentary Basin. That visit had been delayed by 1 year due to the pandemic. In June 2022, the GSC Calgary hosted an in-person workshop on carbon capture, utilization, and storage, and enhanced gas recovery with KIGM, which also included several Korean university professors and representatives from Korean-owned energy companies. The Korea Polar Research Institute, a memorandum of understanding between COPRI, was renewed in June 22 for a period of 5 years and is valid until June 2027. A GSC COPRI joint research expedition took place in the summer 2022 to the Beaufort Sea in the Western Canadian Arctic with support from the COPRI icebreaker RV Aeron. Next.
Your time remains 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So building multinational geoscience, the GSC is pleased to collaborate with CCOP countries as demonstrated by the last few slides that we had here. As well as we have many more ongoing informal scientific exchanges that take place that aren't captured in some of the formal agreement. The GSC is engaged with a number of CCOP countries and organizations that promote the standards of geoscience. These include, but not limited to, One Geology, Deep Time Digital Earth, and the Global Earthquake Model Foundation. These multinational geoscience consortiums, including CCOP, will foster our collective digital transformation, effective standards-based science, and sharing experiences. And I was told to put this plug in for WCOGS here and the GEM virtual workshop, disaster risk reduction. This is apparently to be finalized. So in the Americas, it looks like in February 2023, as well as that's for the Americas, as well as for Europe and Africa, Asia and Oceania. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Any question and comment? We invite question and comment. If is there any? Yeah, CCOPTS.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Carl, for your presentation. Actually, this is not a question, it's kind of a request. As you may know, up to now, CCOP member countries, especially Southeast Asian countries, are still lacking of strategy regarding to critical minerals. So even though the potentials for certain commodities here is quite huge, like nickel in Indonesia is the first place in the world. So I think as the cooperating countries in CCOP, I believe it would be very beneficial if Canada or Canada Geological Service can provide certain activities on capacity buildings by sharing knowledge, experiences, or expertise, or even technologies with CCOP member countries. It would be very helpful for them to build up some strategies, especially for policymakers in their country. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a comment. I just wanted to mention that the government of Canada announced $3.8 billion towards the critical minerals. That is for 8 years. Of course, all this information hasn't been finalized yet, but it's a significant investment in funding for the next number of years. And a number of these funds will go out to different industries, governments, and I'm not sure about international community, but that will have to come as the segments of the budget are rolled out. So it's a significant, one of the largest investments that we've seen in the minerals strategy in a number of years. The Geological Survey of Canada will get a little slice of that pie, certainly not the 3.8 billion, and I'm not sure what it will be at this time. But I can tell you that there has been a hiring initiative that has gone on, and there was recently advertisement for 12 research fellows posted, and I believe that they're going through those at this time, and which I believe there's some international applicants as part of that process. So Canada is heavily invested and going forward for quite a number of years in this here particular strategy. And I ask people to check back in the Government of Canada website when the strategy for critical minerals is rolled out at the end of this year, like I mentioned. At least that's what the intention is. Hopefully it will be there at the end of the year.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. There is no more comment or question, then we would like to give applause to Canada once again. Thank you, Canada. You may step down. Now we invite Denmark to deliver presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I have the first? My name is Ioannis Sabadzis. I'm Chief Geoscientific Advisor at GEOS, Geological Survey of Denmark, Greenland, and I'm also the representative of Denmark CCP. I'm going to use this opportunity for giving you the Danish progress report. Next, please. Just an overview, I will focus on geoscience for green transition, and I will discuss about concluded new projects, all of these relevance to CCOP, other activities in CCOP region, pursuing new possibilities or opportunities, immediate actions to be taken, and I will finish some greetings to other members of the advisory group that could make this time. Next, please. about ongoing projects, GEOS, FASI, Vietnam Administration of Seas and Islands, and CPIM, which is the Northern Center for Marine Geological Investigations. Together, the Geological Survey of Vietnam have recently completed successfully the implementation of the DV Wind project, which is a pilot project that was funded by the Danish Embassy in Hanoi. And DV Wind stands for De-risking Vietnamese wind farm development through integration of national data. And this was an introduction to environmental best practices for a zonal seabed assessment, a case study in Vietnam. The project, of course, was clearly aligned to, as always I used to say, to UN Sustainable Development Goals, and this particular case on Sustainable Goal number 7, which is affordable clean energy. Next, please. Just a very, very brief review. If we are discussing about a flow diagram for wind farm development, there's a long, long, long way to go somewhere. But we can see that in many of these steps, if not everyone, but the finance, actually geoscience can play an important role. Even in the initial phase where we have the prospecting, in the development phase where we have detailed studies and also the permitting process, and later in the construction and in the operation. All of these phases, they take a lot of time and they need a lot of human resources. Next, please. But the important thing in all studies is data. Garbage in, garbage out. If you put good data in, and if you integrate this knowledge, then the results are very good. In this particular case, we need information about wind power, exploitation, conservation, baseline, and marine zonation. And all of these, they have very long lists of different specialized types of data. If you combine or if you compile all of this data, then you come into a so-called marine spatial planning, which we have heard also a bit about from Thailand, and which is the process to bring together the multiple users of the ocean, including energy, industry, government, conservation, and recreation, to make informed and coordinated decisions about how to use marine resources in a sustainable way. Next, please. Well, can I have also the next, please? The important thing here is also to have an informed decision support system. To establish the establishment and use of a well-functioning de-risking system makes us able to weight different parameters or layers in a transparent decision support system, thus optimizing the decision-taking process at all stages of offshore wind farm development. The advantage of an informed, and I say informed because it's multi-sourced and data-based decision support system, is that it provides us decision makers with a range of management alternatives, along with the possibility of including different scenarios, for example, climate change. Next, please. And here, another project which was recently initiated by Denmark, again in Vietnam. It is part of the Danish Energy Partnership Program in Vietnam, DPP3, and that's the third phase project. And this again has to do with the de-risking of offshore windmill farm development through enhanced stakeholders' cooperation on marine spatial planning and integration again of data. That means that it's a continuation in a larger form of the previous smaller project which I mentioned. This is also a kind of so-called strategic engagement and cooperation SEC project, and is running as we speak now, and is running also to the end of the next year. And if I give you brief introduction about the importance of multi-source database, the de-risking offshore windmill farm development, we can see here that an overall objective of the project is an integrated approach with enhanced stakeholders cooperation has to be established and or strengthened further for better offshore wind planning, facilitation, and development. And I have here an example from Vietnam, where it's actually a puzzle which you have to put each particular part together, where we have the Ministry of Natural Resources, they have to cooperate with the Ministry of Industry and Trade, the Ministry of Planning and Investment, of Ministry of Defense, other authorities, the different the provincial government, and so on. So this proves that this is not a one-man show. It has to be integrated, a lot of knowledge, a lot of information from different sources. And that's what we try to do in Vietnam as a case study. Next, please. Next. Continuing, just to mention a few other activities in the CCOP region, we have an important long-term energy cooperation with China. And actually, China, as we speak, is drawing inspiration from Denmark's energy transition to a low-carbon economy, demonstrating that it is possible to reduce emissions rapidly while maintaining high economic growth. The Sino-Danish cooperation on green energy transition, as it's called, it has the elements in long-term energy modeling and planning, enhanced framework conditions from renewable energy, including offshore windmill farm development, integration of renewable energy and flexibility of the power sector, energy efficiency and district heating, energy and climate policy development. So it's a very, very, I can say, thorough in terms of content this project. Next, please. If we come closer to our host country, Indonesia, there is another project here running again for 5 years, partnership program, which pushes development of a sustainable and affordable energy system. Areas of cooperation include energy planning, renewable energy, integration and improving of energy efficiency. The partnership includes cooperation with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, the National Energy Council, and PLN, the Indonesian electricity utility. This allows a horizontal approach to the Indonesian energy planning. This partnership is financed through the Strategic Sector Cooperation Program and the Danish Climate Envelope, which is a big program running from 2020 to 2025 and is actually funded by the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The partnership was established back in 2016, and its current focus should support the fulfilling Indonesian and national development commitment to the Paris Agreement and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals within energy. The areas of cooperation here are again energy modeling and scenarios, renewable energy integration, and energy efficiency. We can see that even in Indonesia, we have a very, very large project. Next, please. We don't go far away from Southeast Asia. We are in Japan. Denmark and Japan have cooperated on renewable energy again since 2020, primarily focusing on the development of cost-efficient regulatory framework conditions for offshore wind and transmission networks. And in this case, the cooperation between the Danish and Japanese authorities comprises actually the deployment of offshore wind energy regulation through exchange of experience and knowledge sharing. Denmark contributes with expertise on framework conditions and regulatory practices that support cost reduction for society through competition among developers and limiting risks for investors. Next. We are in South Korea, cooperation between the Danish and South Korean authorities. The cooperation between the Danish Energy Agency and Korea Energy Agency focuses on exchanging know-how, lessons learned, and experiences within offshore wind. Particularly the removal of regulatory barriers for expansion and development of the offshore wind industry in Korea through de-risking the process by creating stable and transparent long-term policy, consistent and thorough maritime spatial planning again, high public acceptance, etc. Next. And in Vietnam, I mentioned earlier a project which is from this cooperation. The cooperation here, the Vietnamese Danish government cooperate on energy, is led by the Danish Energy Agency in close cooperation with the embassy in Hanoi. The Vietnamese Ministry of Industry and Trade, and within the involvement, for example, the Danish transmission system operators Energinet. Areas of collaboration here is again long-term energy planning and offshore wind, integration of renewable energy and increased flexibility in the electricity system, and energy efficiency in the industrial sector. And as I mentioned earlier, the SEC project is also an outcome of this particular cooperation, the DPP3 project, where the funds are given in order to bring into the project more stakeholders who are not core partners in the bigger cooperation project. So all in all, there is a huge investment by Danish side in supporting the region and several of the CCOP member countries, as I have been showing you. Next, please. And pursuing new opportunities and new possibilities, I've mentioned several in my presentations, always think on United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We have 17, find ways to hang your hat in at least 2, 3, 4 of them when you're trying to make fundraising. In this way, currently, we are developing a new research collaboration between Danish universities and research institutes and research community in Vietnam. And the relevance of this idea again comes, as I say, next please. Again, how this project idea is related to sustainable development goals. And you can see the DV, please, one please back. And as you can see here, the DV Wind project is very well related to sustainable goals like quality education, like affordable clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and many other interesting sustainable goals. Next, please. In this particular case, this project proposal has to do again with education, and this is because it has been recognized not only in Vietnam, which this project is about, but in many other countries around the CCOP region, that it becomes a bottleneck when investors are coming with very, very good, for example, studies, and they submit them to the government for approval. They want to invest the money, but there's a bottleneck because there are not human resources in the public domain to evaluate all of this material. to come through and give the permissions for approval. In this particular case,
sorry?
I'm about to be done in 2 minutes.
Your time?
Thank you.
5 minutes remaining.
The project, okay. Next one, yes, the project has a different research approach where we go into the layering again and we put into that the geoscience. Next, please. It has 4 research objectives: improving and understanding the site-specific seabed conditions, improve and understanding the physical impact of offshore windmill farm development, to improve the knowledge of seabed habitats and seabed biodiversity, and of course, to develop an integrated maritime spatial planning, all of these things. Each one of these research objectives will be associated with at least 2 masters and 1 PhD each. Next one. It's going to be a 5-year project and is now under the final stages of approval, and we expect that we get the approval by the end of this year and kicking off in Q1 of 2023. Next one. Immediate actions. I promise again that I will promote the CCOP to new staff of the Asia office in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Denmark and to the local Danish embassies, continue coordinated fundraising efforts with Danish donor organizations, and ZEUS is in progress of coordinating its possible capacity building activities with CCOP member countries and with other potential donors. And of course, I'm grateful to ZEUS for generous support to continue funding my participation to the CCOP's advisory group. Next, please. Concluding, I would like to convey the greetings from other members of the advisory group, which they couldn't make it this time. One of them is our friend Philip Smith-Terme from the Geological Survey of Finland. Unfortunately, Philip had to be on another part of the world and he couldn't make it. And of course, Miss Julie Hollis, who is the Secretary General of Eurosurveys, have been asking me to convey, also Philip, to convey their best wishes for good health to all of us and for having a fruitful 58th CCOP annual session and 79th steering committee. And with these words, next one, I would like to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Denmark, for delivering such a nice and important presentation and also information. I invite here if there is any comment or question. So if there is none, I think again I thank Denmark and give him applause again.
If any one of the member countries would hear that we have cooperation and you want more information, please do not hesitate to contact me.
Okay, so actually we still have a lot of time, yeah, because we, according to the agenda, we will finish in at 6:20. But I don't think. I think I will just add more cooperating countries. Yeah, so there will be a suitable time for us to prepare for dinner tonight. So the next country, cooperating country should be Germany, but I'm asking, is there are they?
Germany prefers to present tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah, okay. So then we invite UK, yeah, UK, okay, thank you.
Slides, please. Thank you very much. My name is David Schofield. I'm the British Geological Survey's Director for National and International Geoscience, and I'm going to deliver the country report for the United Kingdom. Next slide, please. Thank you. What I'm going to provide in this report is an overview of some of the activities of the British Geological Survey, following on from a description of who we are. I'm going to provide a summary of our official development assistance programme, Geoscience for Sustainable Futures, for Sustainable Development, which many of the organisations here have been involved with. I'm also going to provide a summary of the new BGS programme for international geoscience research and development, and outline some of the work with CCOP member countries. The British Geological Survey is the world's oldest geological survey. Apologies to Canada. We are the UK's national geological data repository, and we carry out research that underpins the provision of impartial and independent geoscientific advice for the UK and across the world. Oh, sorry, I forgot to say next slide. I do apologise. Need to coordinate. We are a non-departmental government organisation, but unlike many other geological surveys, we are not tied to a government department directly. Alternatively, we are in fact funded by a body called UK Research and Innovation, which funds all scientific research across the United Kingdom. Our strategic science addresses three main challenges, underpinned by digital and geoscience knowledge and skills. Those are illustrated in this diagram on the right of this slide. We have three main research pillars, one in decarbonisation and resource management, one in environmental change, adaptation and resilience, and another one in multi-hazards and resilience. The area that I'm the director of, national and global geoscience or international geoscience, you'll see in the middle of this diagram, in fact is transverse across that. So the national geoscience provides the basic understanding of the geology of the UK, land mass and continental margin, whereas the international geoscience portfolio looks after the globalization of all our research portfolio. As an example of some of the research that we take out, that we undertake, can I have the next slide, please? This is an example of one of the decarbonisation programs that we currently have running. We actually operate a $40 million research program to study the role of geoscience in emerging energy technologies. We operate three large field-scale observatories, which are arrays of instrumented boreholes, where we can carry out experiments looking at aspects of new energy technologies, such as the environmental impact of shale gas extraction, aspects of CO2 sequestration, subsurface energy storage, be it compressed air or hydrogen, or geothermal energy from abandoned mines and beneath cities. The photograph that you see on the right here is of a drilling rig putting boreholes down through abandoned coal mines that lie underneath the city of Glasgow in the northwest of the UK. Now, this is actually to look at the potential of using this for low entropy geothermal energy. Here's another example of some of the research we do in critical raw materials. Oh, next slide, please. I think I'll just look at this instead. Here's an example of one of the projects that we look at in the minerals area. So this is a program called LIFT, which looks at aspects of geological processes that concentrate lithium in a range of different types of deposits. We particularly look at how lithium can be mined sustainably and economically feasibly, and this is in a consortium with other European partners, but also governments in South America, particularly Bolivia, Chile, Peru, Argentina. And the photograph on the right here is of a lithium salar in Argentina with a drilling campaign running in that. And have the next slide, please. More widely in critical minerals, as well as carrying out research into mineral deposits formation, mineral supply chains and the circular economy, we run on behalf of the UK government a Critical Minerals Intelligence Centre. This is a centre very much like others that exist around the world, but we look at global raw material statistics and analysis to inform our government. We provide advice to government through this centre. Next slide, please. In the multi-hazard area of research, we are typically looking at understanding the linkages between geohazards and cascading linkages between multiple geohazards. We carry out this research at multiple scales, looking at aspects like rainfall, triggered landslides, creating river scour, to international programs investigating the linkage between volcanism, earthquakes, landslides, etc. One of the things that we like to bring to bear on this is the development of technology, earth observation, geophysics, perhaps improving things like our landslide catalogue, or landslide catalogues around the world, geological understanding and socio-economic environments that help mitigate or exacerbate hazards. Can I have the next slide, please? In the environmental change area, we carry out research into reducing the vulnerability of social, human infrastructure and biological systems to sudden change. So that is the resilience of people and the structures around people to change. For instance, linking the understanding of soils, groundwater and the marine environment with work in geochemistry and a focus on both rural and urban settings. We carry out modelling to predict how environment responds over a range of timescales, from short-term forecasts of flood events, for instance, to the analysis of likely climate change impacts over the next century. Some of those examples there, you'll hear more from my colleagues in the technical sessions tomorrow, so I won't expand on those more. Talking more widely about our international programme, we are required by our government that made a commitment to spending initially 0.7% GDP, but now less than that, on overseas development. Can I have the next slide, please? On the back of that, we initiated a programme of official development assistance that accommodates approximately 50% of our overall international programme. I put this slide up here just to give you an illustration of the kind of activities that we undertake globally, which are listed down the column on the left, and where our funding sources come from. And that was really just to illustrate how diverse both the activities and the funding sources are. I'm not going to read it all through it for you, but in terms of funding, we put in 50% of our own resources into our international programme. We also receive additional funding from other UK government departments. Also, we work in collaboration with European Commission partners. We win competitive tenders from World Bank and other development banks. And we also directly funded by some international governments. So we have a very diverse international portfolio. Can I have the next slide, please? The programme that's just ending, the first 4 years of official development assistance, ODA, was a programme that we called Geoscience for Sustainable Futures, ran between 2018 and 2022. We looked at 3 particular programmes: global geological risk, looking at volcanic hazards, landslides in the Caribbean, East Africa and the Himalayas; integrated resource management, looking minerals, soils and health and groundwater, particularly in East Africa; and the resilience of Asian cities; urban geology, data management, hazards and resources in Vietnam, Malaysia and India. Some of the examples of the ODA can I have the next slide, please? Some of the examples of the success of the Resilience of Asian Cities programme. Here's some examples here where we've worked with Vietnamese partners on digital data workflows, building materials flows analysis and carrying out subsidence modelling. With partners in Malaysia, again looking at digital data workflows, developing 3D Kuala Lumpur, which my colleagues from Malaysia have mentioned earlier, and looking particularly at urban geohazards. And also with partners in Singapore, where we have undertaken geological mapping and development of 3D modelling to support underground cavern development and subsurface planning. Next slide, please. We are now in a period of transition into our new international research programme. The ODA programme originally had an explicit focus on development impact, So we had to show that we were providing impact within the lifetime of the program. And the activities were limited purely to OECD DAC-listed countries. So it was limited in that sense. We focused our activities on a deliberately short list of countries where we felt it was tractable for us to work. In Southeast Asia, principally with Vietnam and Malaysia. We used this funding to leverage other sources of UKRI funding to expand and support on those projects. The new program, International Geoscience Research and Development, is primarily about excellent science and is designed to deliver global public good. The research will now focus on partnerships and places for impact rather than development, which actually gives us a much broader range of potential collaborating partners around the world. The British government, in their recent white paper on international policy, has made cooperation with Indo-Pacific countries a priority. Can I have the next slide, please?
May I have the next slide, please? Next slide, please.
Okay, I think that's where we are. We have developed 3 research and innovation challenges to deliver this program. One of those we call Living in Multi-Hazard Environments. The other one we call Resources for the Future, Energy Transition, Minerals, Food and Water Security. The other one, Land Use Change, including climate change, adaptation and resilience. And to deliver this, we've chosen to work in 3 settings. We call these the urbanizing world, resource-rich emerging economies, so moving away from perhaps countries which aren't large producers of CO2, for instance, those which have perhaps larger economies, and communities on the climate change front line, which might include small island communities. Can I have the next slide, please? One of the important things about this program is our ability to translate science into the global public good. And to do this, we've tried to develop a pathway between the science outputs and the impact themselves. And one of the key steps in this is outcomes, which are things that we produce. So these the results of the science that are actually used by our partners to actually solve their problems. So this might include decisions on policy and practice that are informed by geoscience evidence. It might include outputs and products that can be applied at a global scale, such as best practice procedures. And it might include the ability for our partner organizations to further embed geosciences within their practice, promoting the sustainability of our profession. Next slide, please. The IGRD program is in its early days at the moment, and I'm hoping that my project leaders within this program have started making contact with partners in Southeast Asia. But this is just a quick roundup of where we think the program will be for now. We will look at urban geoscience topologies, water quality with partners in Malaysia and Vietnam and other CCOP members. We will look at subsidence in cities, in particular in Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, with partners. We will look at blue-green infrastructure and coastal resilience with partners in the Philippines and Japan. In particular, we will look at landslide trigger thresholds in Malaysia and carry out landslide mapping using Earth observation, again in Malaysia and also in Indonesia. We will look at geohazards and risk with Indonesia and Philippine partners. And we will look at sand mining, sustainable use of sand in the Philippines, Vietnam and Malaysia. And more generally, we'll look at mining, mine waste and sustainability with partners in the Philippines. Now, this is just how the program is starting. We have 4 years, and we fully expect this program to evolve and perhaps for new partners to come on board as we develop our work. So we're always open to further discussions with you about any of this. Can I have the next slide, please? One of the examples of this in urban typologies is a focus on making cities more resilient and sustainable through greater uptake of geoscience within urban planning and management process. This particular project on urban typologies as just one example. We'll look at concepts of categorizing cities based on socioeconomic indicators and geological factors, facilitating the transfer of knowledge solutions from city to city. And I believe my colleague Marcus will be talking about this during the technical session. No. He says no, apologies. Can I have the next slide, please? Another example is in landslide mapping of one of the projects that's going to run. So one of the things that we have understood is that there are bias in landslide catalogues. In other words, we recognize landslides where they impact on human infrastructure. Perhaps if they're not impacting on human infrastructure, we don't see them. So when one's trying to make forecasts of landslides, we're starting with a very incomplete catalogue. So this is a project that's designed to use Earth observation techniques to recognize landslides through automatic processing, which will provide the foundation for a better understanding of the distribution of landslides, which is going to allow us a better opportunity to develop better prediction and better forecasting technologies. Have the next slide, please. Geohazards and risk in Indonesia. We have one project that will map and explore the interplay of natural hazard processes, community and risk in the context of a dynamic and evolving economy. We will undertake multi-hazard research to understand geohazard risk and resilience, building on existing partnerships and developing new collaborators. And that will principally be in the areas of landslides, earthquakes, volcanoes and urban subsidence, and particularly looking at how cascades of multi-hazards actually interact with each other. Can I have the next slide, please? So that's just a flavor of our program ending, a bit about BGS and a bit about our new program starting. If you do have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. And if you're interested in any of the work we're doing, please come and talk to me as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, UK. Very good and nice presentation. Is there any comment or question? Director, you have comment or question? Yeah.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much for UK for country report. Very complete and very informative. And as we have already some online meetings before with between BGS and CCOP, you have a real tangible budget to proceed with the project, which is the IGRD project. So I'm very happy and then to have this opportunity to be more impact to our CCOP member countries, not only urban geology but other activities, and then maybe some kind of dissemination seminars and workshops. It would be very helpful for all our member countries to be benefited by your project. And then also we tried our best, as I already mentioned, to have some to get some funding to cooperate with you on those different items. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. I would mention also that we did invite Dr. Lee to join the advisory board for the IGRD program, which he kindly accepted. And I'm hoping that will help provide that link between CCOP and our program and bring his knowledge and expertise to bear on our program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think UK, you may step down. Yeah. Again, give him applause. I think that's the end of our presentation for today. We will have another 2 cooperating country presentation tomorrow. First, starting with Germany, which will be present online, and then Russia. Okay. Is there any announcement from you?
Before some announcements about dinner tonight, I would just like to read out the comment from China online. They typed in the online. So the research center of CCOP's Research Center of Urban Geology in Nanjing Center would like to offer assistance on urban geology to Malaysia and Myanmar. And they also welcome Philippines participants to the training course courses hosted by UNESCO Research Center of Karst affiliated to CGS in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Thank you very much. Yeah. I think that's all. Yeah, for today. Again, before leaving, we applause for ourselves.
So for dinner tonight, it will be at the Geological Museum of Bandung in the office of Badan Geology. So we all leave from the lobby Pullman at 6:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. So we go to lobby at Pullman. Please be at the lobby before 6:30 so we can leave at 6:30. Okay, thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.